yourself and your level.
I think of myself as white and like, so think of, okay, let me back up here. When you think of the nonprofit world versus the corporate space, you have narcissistic folks at the top often enough. Not always, but often enough, right? These personality traits, psychopathologies transcend all political party lines, right? So the notion that some white liberal, the white liberals, there's plenty of white liberals who are overconfident, undershamed, love themselves, think they're the greatest thing in the world, they're narcissistic, whatever you want to call them, hyper-confident. They don't fall under this category of white liberal ashamed. They are just like everybody else who has, any kind of personality adaptation. We're much more varied than you're considering this notion of the label liberal. So, I mean, I'll put that out there.
Yeah, it's the same way in which conservative gets narrowed, right? Like, the political parties in their meetings in real life have a plethora of views that don't fit neatly into the TV, internet, categorized definitions that we use. Like, real life is not like Clubhouse. Real life, people, when you knock on their door, maybe a little irritated because you knocked on their door, but at the same time, they're very willing to tell you, hey, I think my main struggle here is economics. Or, hey, my main struggle here is, like, I need to go to school and I can't find funding for it. Right? Most people are honest and they're not angry or militant or, like, they're not angry or militant and they're not quick to see the most narrow version. Don't get me wrong. One in 10 are, I think.
And Mark, sorry, I keep interrupting you. Go ahead.
No. I'm just gonna say most people in real life aren't that narrow. They hold varying views about things. Some conservative, some liberal.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean,
and if you're not an extreme partisan, then you don't necessarily experience it. The internet, in particular Clubhouse, is full of what I would call extreme partisans, myself included.
That I agree with, Marshall.
And this notion of dichotomous, like if you are an all or nothing thinker, black or white thinking, yes or no thinking, and it's not a bad thing. I was certainly a dichotomous thinker until I got help with it, to be honest, because seeing the dialectic is a lot healthier than being on an extreme. And so with that, I wanted to just offer that even in my own family, most people were, I don't want to say all were liberal, but many. And now there's people split. In many Jewish families, you'll see people split. They may have harbored liberal views years ago. And I'm not endorsing one way, one or the other. But I mean, the dialect, there's a lot of people on the spectrum. But one of the things that, to Marshall's point, that makes this app, the reason this app is so alive is because of dichotomous thinking, rooms that cater to high controversy, and so we do get a bit of a sampling bias with regard to Clubhouse.
We should say that again for the people in the back. Clubhouse is fun, and we're all like friends or friends-ish. But Clubhouse is not real. Real life is way more fucking complicated.
Can we mod Anson?
Exactly, Marshall. It's like we go to these rooms, we're friends with so-and-so. I mean, to your point about life being far, you can't put pigeon into this or left or right. I mean, I guess I'm living proof that I'm in this room, this house or this room often because I'm okay. I can veer away from my lefty pals who sometimes also say some concerning stuff, not even echo chamber stuff, but kind of a bit narrow-minded. So you go into the real world, Which, by the way, I wonder honestly how many folks here. It has nothing to do with politics. When you say, maybe during the pandemic, whatever it was, when you're like, hey, I found this app called Clubhouse, and before you even get the sentence out, are your friends like, huh? You know? Are they like, never heard of it? Are they like, sorry, what? What's that? Right?
Yeah,
Like, I think I found one person that have heard of it. One. It's wild.
Me too, one, and we're actually friends now in real life. It's really one of the few that I've met in real life. It's so rare.
So Serendipity talked to me privately, and reminded me that if Moose wants to go around the app calling people race-based bigots, then you'll have to justify being modded up with one of the most disgusting creatures
There you
in the
go.
world.
Exactly. Free speech, freedom of speech.
We're
there
happy
you go.
to see him there. We're happy to see
There
him
you
there.
go. And if any of my lefty pals want to judge me for being mocked with whomever, well,
It's
let
just
them go. Play with dynamite sticks on roller skate.
There are few evils in the world than being a white female conservative. It's just diabolical. Anson, I'm happy to see you, sir. I hope you'll consider resuming your room.
Yes, for sure. I did have Roger change the settings on your house so that it would be open to the public moving forward. I think that may have been one of your issues with gaining some momentum, was that the house was locked down, and so only house members saw it and people that they pinged. But I was told to ask Dr. J a question, but it's not really the topic of the room, so I don't know if y'all want to change the topic or not.
Well, maybe he can look in the chat. I invited Pete up to ask him the question directly. I kind of don't like people who send messengers. I'd rather people.
No, I wasn't told from Pete. I was actually told from somebody else a few days ago.
Oh, it's a different question?
It's a different question, yeah.
Gosh, Dr. J's popular. Multiple questions for you, Dr.
Well, I'll answer the question of the room before I go for my monthly poker game here. Wish me luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Can men and women be friends? I mean, it's the eternal when Harry met Sally, right, question. And I think it's something that comes to maturity. I'm the youngest of 3 boys. So I didn't grow up with sisters, so I'm lucky to have 2 friends. Or actually now, probably just really one friend that I consider a sister to me. Never crossed the line. There's always been platonic. And in fact, we've actually given each other advice on relationships and stuff like that. So I think it's a maturity thing. I think it's challenging when you're younger. It's like this caveman procreation thing is it's kind of our DNA. But as we mature, we realize that not only can we be friends, but I think we can benefit greatly from advice from the opposite sex.
Good luck on your poker game, Moose.
Thank you. I'm going to fight the urge to chase the river. If anyone plays poker in here, you know what that means.
If I may, I'd like to comment on something Marshall just said. I've been sort of just coasting around trying to find a good conversation on a Saturday afternoon. He said Clubhouse is not real life. I'm not so sure about that. Life can get vicious. I mean, at least this is an audio only, so we can only with emojis we can express strong opinions and that kind of stuff. But we're at least not going to get physical with each other those kinds of things. But I think the divide on Clubhouse that is so evident, and I want to exclude the really. I mean, there's some rooms that are just so focused on a particular thing, and they very strongly focus on that particular thing. I mean, we can. I don't want to give examples, but there are some rooms that at least the topics are open for honest debate. But it's hard to find those kind of rooms because the debate becomes too one-sided. And trying to find a way to have an honest conversation, even though you have strongly differing opinions, that's what I'm trying to find on Clubhouse, and you know, it's hard to do, and people, I don't know, I guess I'm frustrated. You know, somebody says, you want me to reopen the room. Well, it's Roger's room. That's why you know, because I'm not a geek. I don't know the mechanics of opening, closing, posting polls, all that. I'm slowly learning. But I'd rather be in a support role rather than in a in charge of the room kind of thing. And trying to find even a small group of people that are willing, that have different views. I mean, Moose, for example, I've seen Moose poop, you know, just superficially in some rooms. But I know he's on the left, but I mean, Moose and I have been getting along real well, and we can have differing opinions. There are sometimes, you know, one that really astounded me wasn't in the rational discussion room, but it was in a recent room where somebody who I generally respect put in the what the hell, the chat. Yeah, he said basically Anson is full-blown MAGA, in my opinion. And that just shocked me, because to me, MAGA means irrational, unthinking, total support for any and all things that Donald Trump espouses, unless it's hiding the Epstein list, and then they're going to get pissed off at him. But I'm no more MAGA than a fly to the moon, and but I'm not going to leave Clubhouse because of that accusation. But I don't know why we get into this name-calling tit for tat rather than having a rational discussion. First of all, as I've tried to do in the room a few times we've had it, what is the problem? So we can at least agree that there is a problem, whether it's crime and homelessness and graffiti in D.C. or whatever. Can we agree on the problem and then try to figure out what the right solutions are? And that's really, really hard to do. And on Clubhouse, and I guess it's hard to do in the real world. So take it for, I'm bloviating too much. So I'll leave it at that and see if there's room for discussion.
Well, the only thing I'd want to add is that, like, I think what you said was the most impactful in the beginning, and it's that, like, it's hard to find two varying points, whether they're completely opposed to one another or not, that are good moderators. And if you identify, because I think that you're probably a really great moderator, but I get it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I would love to be in nothing more than just a supportive role. And in 4 years, it's taken about 4 years for it to be known, not a good moderator. But if you want somebody on stage that's not going to make it an echo chamber, that will like help being a supporting role to the opposite side, then she's your girl. Like that's the type of like I get it. That is what makes Clubhouse so difficult, and that's why many rooms that have such a great promise. Like this one that is, and I don't want to like jinx it because I want it to stay this way, but like this, that if you don't have those awesome like non-biased, really like mod abusing type mods, like MG. She's a great example of somebody that like is very open-minded and will not be like she's a good moderator. Like Mojo or Roger or whatever you call him, awesome moderator. Steve Appel, awesome moderator. These are people that like
I heard you feeling a little blue.
You can have them moderate.
You're gonna make yourself a little soup.
If not, it turns into garbage real quick.
Marshall, were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say,
No.
Captain, if you need help with the room, I'll happily pitch in.
Of course you will, Marshall.
Thanks. I'll accept that. Right now, there's not a whole hell of a lot going on now that the dust has settled from the attempts at peace in Ukraine. There's not a whole lot of things. I mean, I'd love to have a room on who's causing the chaos or something like that.
We could talk about the reduction in auto thefts in DC with the advent of the National Guard. I heard 55% reduction in the 9 or 10 days or so that they've been there.
Oh yes, Scarlett, but you know as well as I do that as soon as the feds are, first of all, I think federal control, if you will, can only last for 30 days without a vote without approval from Congress.
Correct.
And I think there's a snowball chance in hell of getting probably, I don't know, Congress probably won't even vote because they'll be arguing about holding the vote. Again, one of my big complaints about the Great Divide is Congress, and Marshall and I don't agree on it, that Congress has essentially abdicated its role as
That is personal private information. Just fucking don't.
Unable to tell legislators together. That's one of the great. Again, I'm getting off topic. But thanks for your offer, Marshall. I'm not attempting to. Roger and I talked about when to have the room, should we have it at the same time as what we were thinking for. Our initial thought was, yeah, because we were going to start for the first week and sort of take the same topic and see if there was a different consensus from what we did. I'll never be able to compete with the reputation, the magnitude, the size of support I have here. I'm not even trying to. But I'm trying to find a way to have quite frankly, a more rational discussion of the issues rather than what I consider to have been a decline into partisanship that I don't like at all. So
or bad
My bad.
in rational discussions.
When it comes
Because Brad's a very forceful nature kind of guy, and my concern would be that
I mean,
he might
I piss him off, but
Brad was in the Navy 30 years ago. What the fuck would he know about the situation right now? Like, I think it's an irrelevant.
well, I'm sure he
Who
has.
said that? Who
I'm
said
sure he'd add value to the group.
Who said that?
The great Mother Superior.
Mother Superior. Oh, okay. Well, I was in the Navy. The last time I was in the Navy, was 1988, so do the math, 35 or plus years. But I still think I have a hell of a lot to contribute in terms of what the Navy can do.
Oh, like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but my opinion also applies to you. Like, I think perspective is made relative to what most people there is out there outside of public information, unless you have direct contact. In the military at the moment, your information is outdated.
okay, so what information you, wait, what information then could you offer with your experience of the United States Navy in regards to this current event that would be, I would say, better as a moderator or a support person in a room holding this kind of discussion, moreover than the gentleman that was just speaking or the person in the listening lounge, both of which I would think would have a much better understanding of
This is a stupid question, right? Like, you literally just said most of us are relying on publicly available information, and so you reframe that question to do a gotcha. Like, most of us in this room, including Brad and Andrew, are likely going to be looking up information online, using that information and incorporating into their conversation point at the moment. We're doing the exact same shit. This whole, what is it, the argument about appeal to authority argument is.
How much of Gaza?
No, it's not stupid. It's those with experience and those that have, I would say, authority to speak on a matter. Now, I could talk to somebody that's like a brain surgeon or somebody that's in med school, and I could say this: the person that's in med school going to be a doctor will have like the up and coming new prescriptions and ways for procedure and process, as opposed to the one that's retired. But by God, I really want to value and put some stock in the one that's done a lot of brain surgeries rather than the one that has literally just started college and has no intent in even going to school at all. That just gives their Googled Grok or Perplexity or Chat GPT opinion of it. Sorry, but that's just the facts.
Yeah, I think everyone was triggered because they were talking about military veterans, but I seriously, my opinion does not change. If you're that far removed, unless you have direct access to military intelligence to date or are currently related with the government and know the inner works, you have nothing else of additional value than everyone else on the stage. You're not that much better. We're not going to agree on this, Kitty. You can be mad all you want, but my position does not.
It's nothing personal. I mean, I appreciate you giving in good faith answer. I don't agree.
I would only ask Mother if, do you believe that Alfred Sailor Mahan is now out of date, completely irrelevant, and no one should ever read him again? Do you even know who Alfred Sailor Mahan is?
I have no idea what the fuck that is, nor do I.
The Influence of Sea Power on History, written with the British Empire and the Royal Navy as an example. And as far as I know, it is still the basics, one of the most basic texts still used at the United States Naval Academy today on a year-long history course of the influence of sea power on history.
I think that's awesome. Honestly, I do. My dad went to Great Lakes and just served in Vietnam, but I have respect.
It's not. I'm not asking for respect from me. I'm just suggesting to Mother that to have a legitimate discussion on basic geopolitical, geostrategic issues is not dependent on having the most current intelligence information. That's a tactic. That's not the strategic view. That's not the view from 10,000 or 50,000 feet. And that's one of the things we're lacking. One of the reasons, and I'm not trying to attack you, Mother. I'm just trying to make a point and look at my profile. Is how can we use the lessons of the past to basically stop repeating them. And I think that is of tremendous value, because part of the discussion on Clubhouse is what was the recent headline that pissed you off, rather than trying to get into the underlying problem of what caused that headline to be written in the first place.
And I want Mother to get to respond, but I do want to get your opinion, and because I heard it recently on the news, as far as like after World War II, or right before World War II, there's that island that we like made it to where it was, where we could shoot off nuclear warheads or whatever, and then apparently right now we're going back to that same location. If you could tell me more about that, like whenever that, there's a lull in the conversation.
Yeah,
I have no idea what
originates from, right? Like, some of the dumbest people that I've ever met in my life are people who went to the military and the Navy and et cetera because they couldn't get into universities and colleges, right? Some of the stupidest people I've ever met my entire life. This notion that every veteran knows what they're talking about and every Navy person is the most intelligent person out there on this specific topic. Like, some of these people just went because they couldn't find any other way to make an income or to move on forward with their life, right? Like, that's a very unpopular position. Hold on a minute, right? That's a very unpopular position, but it's the truth. Some of these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and this whole notion that we have to treat them all as some authority figure, because the conversation started with Brad would be a good moderator because he's formerly from the military. The logic in that statement is what I find to be flawed. It's not an attack on Anson, it's not an attack on Brad. The logic as a foundation is what I don't agree with.
They give some of the best scholarships and allow for, and I'm just saying generic, like for, and not just them, but their children to attend some of the best schools in our country. You're a moron, and I completely disagree.
Not everyone is going to West Point, right? So you're going, some of these people are dumb as fuck and are not going in.
Right, some of them finished high school, but then ended up going straight into the military and afterwards getting his degree. So like,
A point of order.
That too is a complete moot point.
Oh, that's what
Kidding.
that was the
Hello, everyone.
Idiot.
Hello. So, the military won't accept people with low IQ, as Nicholas just posed, because no,
You need to have a diploma.
They have IQ requirements because they found people with IQs of, I think it's 90 or lower, or worse, than not having them at all. They have a negative impact on their crew, their fellow soldiers, their military escapades, all of that. So, dumb as shit or dumb as F or whatever you said is measurably untrue, Nicholas. And we don't have to fight this hard about.
No,
Yeah, everyone's entitled to their perspective.
Were you not able to get into the military?
Yeah, because I didn't waste my time. Because I got.
I just want to say that I just want to say you cannot be low in.
Choice. It is not the
We got it, Lord. We got it. But it's in order to join the military, the Army, the Navy, combat, intelligence, you need to have a diploma, and you do need to take testing to know if you are even qualified to handle these certain situations. So there is a form of intelligence, Mother, when it comes to joining the military, Army, Navy, or whatever. Even if you're a desk person, you're not just a dumbass. You mean who didn't graduate school, who's poor with no job dreams, just to join the military. Yeah. They don't just allow people who are dumb to join.
Right, and he said majority.
I mean, y'all know what I'm saying. It's not that fault. It's not true. You can get all mad because Americans love the military, but it's the reality.
Okay,
some of the lowest performers, dumbest people from my high school were the first ones to join the military because they couldn't get into universities.
I know.
Yeah, that was the case for significant portions of the people that joined the military that I know, and that's fine. Like, they found a way to make their life, but like, let's not pretend like these are the cream of the crop on the planet that join them.
So again,
definitely below 70 is an IQ. So again, I'm just going to ask the question: were you not able to join the military, and that's why you've got?
I have a 4.0 GPA and got a full ride to university. I didn't need to join the military because I had options.
Stop.
So if I may say something,
Stop.
who's telling me to stop? I'm telling you to stop, please.
Yeah, but why are you telling me to stop?
Just stop for a second.
Okay.
Who is that telling him to stop? I'm confused. Is that a mod telling him to stop?
It's Kristen. You guys are going back and forth about the same thing and just repeating, and getting more and more heated. And so Anson was trying to make a point and was talked over, and he's now gone from the room. So he lost what he was going to say. And okay, he's back. So if you guys can watch, if you guys can just, share your opinions, share your feelings and things like that, but please do have some respect for each other. And if you said what you needed to say, okay, great. And please don't repeat. Thanks.
Marshall just asked me to go private, and we did for just a minute. But I do want, and I'm not gonna try to get. I'm not mad, Mother. I can take your shots, but I do want to give you just a little bit of perspective. I was born and raised in a town of 2,000 people. I was born in 1942, so my growing up years were the 40s and 50s in a small tobacco farming community comprising of 52 people from my graduating class from high school. Fortunately, and the reason I applied for the Naval Academy, neither of my parents had ever gone to college, and there was no way they could afford a college education. So I applied, and by good luck or whatever, I was able to get in. I can assure you, Mother, that and I have said this repeatedly, that those 4 years were the 4 most miserable years of my life. And I got a $50,000, which today is about $200,000. But I had a $50,000 education shoved up my ass in a time for those whole 4 years. I hated it. I still don't know how I got through it. But I got through it, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because it took me away from that small town and gave me a much broader perspective and the tools to be able to do some things in the world. In 2015, during the campaign, I watched with interest how Donald Trump coming down the stairs and how his attitude, the way he acted during the primary debates and all that, and I thought he was the biggest jerk I'd ever seen, and I still feel that way. But when he said, somebody asked him his views on the triad, the nuclear triad, and his response was, "What is the triad?" That's when I decided I would never vote for Donald Trump, and I never have. But I can still support Donald Trump because of some of the policies and the attempts that he is trying to do. So I try to cut through the bullshit and get down to the substance. And yes, I use historical perspective and my own professional experience, 23 years on nuclear submarines during the Cold War. And I still use that perspective to form my opinions on the right path forward. And that's what I'm trying to do on Clubhouse. Your views are yours. I disagree with them. But I'm not a stupid jerk.
Thank you.
Whatever, we can move on.
So what I wanted,
wasting my
Yeah,
what I wanted,
Doctor, I'm sorry, the driver. If you would like to go and
Yes.
speak.
So I think that there are like 1.8 or 1.2 million enlisted people in the armed forces. Many of them, unlike officers, they don't join typically with college degrees, right? So there's such a varied range of intelligence in the armed forces. But I think from a socioeconomic standpoint, you'll find that people that go to independent schools typically have the resources to be able to pay for college on their own. So they're not necessarily seeking scholarships, etc. So I think that I think two things can be true. I think that in recent years, enlisted folks have not necessarily been the cream of the crop, but the officers certainly are, and some of the enlisted folks are really bright. No one's perhaps really dumb, but I think that from both perspectives, and most importantly, things have changed. Both of my grandfathers and my uncle served in the armed forces, and that was a different time during World War II and even Vietnam. So I think that looking at it over time is certainly an important factor in how discerning we are with regard to the recruit.
I mean, one thing to remember about the enlisted force, it is very job dependent. And like Anson's former occupation in the Newton force enlisted people that work that and very highly skilled. There's enlisted people that do a lot of specialty jobs that are extremely intelligent, but you also need truck drivers, you also need a wide range of things. Regardless, military is still a good option for a lot of people. And you don't have to be a brain surgeon to join the military. That's 100% true. But there are jobs out there, even on the illicit side, also where it will expand your mind and expand your kind of intellectual rigor.
Brent, there's no better example on Clubhouse than my relationship with Brad.
Awesome.
I disagree with Brad a lot. I mean, he tees off far more than I would hope that he does. But Brad and I have, the reason I joined the submarine force is because there was very little distinction between officers and crew. It was the merit, it was your own capability. If you were the Dolphins, you would earn it. And the enlisted guys and the officers had to do the same thing to learn to wear the Dolphins. And there was very little distinction within the submarine force between the two. It was all based on merit. And I certainly agree with you that there was extraordinary contributions. The submarine force was a band of brothers, and very little distinction of ranks. When we were at sea, we all wore poopy suits. You know why they called them? I don't even go tell you why they called them poopy suits. But well, no, it's because it was a one-piece suit built before our submarines first went to sea. It was link-free, had no buttons, no snaps. It was all Velcro. But when you sat down on the toilet on a submarine, when you stand back up to flush, you have to operate 3 valves at total level. And your suit, the top part of your suit, may very well fall into the toilet. And that's why they were called poopy suits, and I think they're still called poopy suits today. How's that for a sea story?
That's a good sea story. But in fairness to Mother, you might have left. There absolutely are idiots, like absolute idiots in the military too. It is a subsection of American society, and frankly, there are jobs where being an idiot is fine, and you serve your country, and you do good for America, and that's okay also.
If you want to get into current politics, you ought to read about the change of command that just took place at the Naval Academy, where the superintendent, they changed command between the two superintendents. And I won't give you the details on that one, but oh my God. And I watched the whole ceremony. And boy, do I agree with you, Brent. There's some really stupid people in the military. Always have been. But there are today. today just as much as they were, and trying to figure out how to sort the wheat from the chaff is still a challenge, as with any organization that has 200 million or 1.5 million people.
So, okay, when I say this, everyone goes on a titty tantrum, loses their mind, starts to freak the fuck out. But I said, really closely repeat what I say. No one loses their fucking mind. It's just ridiculous, right? Like, everyone fucking knows this, right? It's not something that is a secret. Everyone knows that the lowest tier in society go to the military. But I'm not gonna let the subject go.
And some of the highest tiers do too. And the
I was
difference between
defending
you
your
and
honor,
Anson
mother.
is Anson actually served, and he has the right to do that. But really quick, Anson, what I was going to ask you, I think it's the Tinian Island. I could be completely wrong, but I believe that's what they're trying to like revamp or remodel to protect us against
Tinian,
China.
Christ,
Yeah.
that's where we did nuclear. I think Tinian was the first hydrogen bomb explosion back in the late 1940s. But no, we're not retaking islands in the Pacific in order to advance nuclear weapons testing for launch pads for nuclear weapons. We have plenty of launch pads. They're called Trident submarines. So no, there's America is not trying. In fact, we're trying to stop China from building their own goddamn islands out there. That's what we're trying to do. And then we can argue about can the U.S. Navy today is currently led and constituted able to do that, and you'd be surprised at my opinion on that.
So let me defend Mother's honor just for a second. I think his basic point was that just because you're in the military doesn't necessarily mean you have a massive amount of authority about a subject, which is true.
I agree 100% with that, Brent. I'm an old fart. It's been a long time, but I do have my opinions, and they are based on experience and a degree of fact.
So, I mean, I appreciate effort, Brent, but, like, I don't need to be white-splained for the stage, right? Like, it's a little ridiculous that everyone here knows exactly what I'm talking about. I don't need it to be softened up and polished because then people are in their feelings about the topic because it's something that triggers them personally, right? Like, I'm going to communicate however the fuck I want to communicate, and I don't need someone to tell me to reframe it or whiten it or soften it because they're too much in their fucking feelings today.
Right.
Okay.
So does that,
Yeah, it's just there's no doxing.
So hold on 1 second, Ted. Hold on one second. I just want to share in the comments below. There's an interesting book I shared an excerpt from. You know, I'm very much in favor of the notion that the intelligence is quite varied, but the Marines have been losing median and mean IQ precipitously since the 80s. So that's just one. And I actually have a friend who's an intelligence officer with the State Department who said that she always had difficulty working with the Marines because they weren't necessarily the sharpest knife. Now, that's not to say every Marine, but in general.
I would only comment that intelligence officer in the State Department is an oxymoron. But that's a joke.
There's probably 20 people in the State Department that might say the same thing about the military.
That's funny.
So are men and women friends at the State Department?
What was that, Ted?
Are men and women friends in the State Department? Is it a difficulty of men and women having difficulty being friends?
Oh, he's referring to the poll. I think he's referring to the poll in the room, maybe.
Yeah, the title. I thought you were talking about different branches of government where men and women.
Yeah, hey Ken, I'm not a mod. I'm more of one of those support role things. But my friend Serendipity started this role. She's in the muff. I'm in the muff. And in the muff, we wanted to like cut down on all this like doxing and being assholes and trolls and stuff. That's what started it. And then she put a few different, or one of the moms had, which was can men and women be friends? But then we got into a topic about the military, and Mother had mentioned something. Anson was answering, and now it's really completely opposite to the actual poll that's posted.
I'm the type of you is transferring it from the Fortune 500 to we the people.
Yeah.
Does anybody like really give a shit?
All right, just to get back to the actual room topic.
No.
Do you want to answer the questions then?
Right,
Or can men and women be?
No,
Sorry,
I'm
just
just saying, I just, yeah.
It sure helps the point though that many people are going to
happen to walk into a U.S. Army top secret military facility through a mountain range,
If you guys want to talk
and so
I can
I don't know what
contribute
happened
to
to those
that.
Hispanics.
I have
want
found
to ruin their life. To me, they weren't carrying
I'm
drugs.
not gonna call
They
it
just
a girlfriend.
they nearly
because
died.
it's
I was like, I don't want to ruin their day, man. I'm not calling the cops on these guys. That would be some bad karma.
Within the last
So I hate to admit, as the candidate congressman, that I may have released two illegal alien Mexicans who nearly died in the mountains into Arizona. I just wanted to admit that to everybody.
At least in the last 3 weeks, have gained tremendous report,
So,
tremendous.
congratulations,
respect for her.
but unfortunately,
I'm not even
clips have
gonna
gone
name
viral, and we're leading in the
by her
polls again.
name, but she's a moderator right next to serendipity on my screen.
So in my opinion, the more people standing up there in the hood, either
Your calm and moderation and support for
People stand-
difficult topics. So there's an example of men respecting women, and there's a ton of them in my profile, and there's a few that I've abused and all that stuff. But of course, men and I respect people respect women.
so fast I won't even hear the sound
As long as they have merit. As long as they have merit. I don't respect them just because of their gender. I respect them because of their merit.
Yeah, well, let me say this. Men and women can be friends as long as they probably had a relationship.
I don't know Nye from Adam. I've never met.
Like they tried up becoming boyfriend and girlfriend, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but you hear what? Yeah, but you hear Anthony saying he thinks the opposite of that. He said he has a tremendous amount of respect for his female moderator, of whom he's never met in real life. So.
I don't think I have to be friends in real life. That's kind of different than the question.
Exactly.
But I do think that after.
Well, guys, we skip.
Nye has been trying to speak.
Right.
If she speaks now, because she may not want to fight, but I kind of.
It's good to get some fresh air. All right. I just want to take time because I was sitting on the edge of my seat to see who Anson was speaking about. So when I heard my name, I'm like, wait, what? Listen, Anson, thank you for the kind words. It's been such an honor to get to know you on this app and to sit at your feet to listen and learn. Roger introduced most of us to you and your voice, and so I'm so grateful to have witnessed your expertise and indulge in your knowledge live in 4K. So thank you, sir. Anytime I can help you with any one of these things, it's an honor. And I am just over the moon by your help. Thank you so much. And thank you to my fellow mods. Just a few moments just to respond.
That align with him politically, and they happen to align with not only me, but the people.
Anson, I have a vested interest in seeing your house grow. I think despite our disagreements
so fucking lame.
you're really open to different opinions, and
I'm so glad that there's
you
anonymous so I can
don't
record
add
these retards at their
ad
most boring moments.
to disagreements, which I think is rare on the app and should be acknowledged and rewarded.
Good one, Monica.
Is this the love bomb or use the Pepe?
Hakima, are you jealous, sir? You want me to find something to compliment you on?
I just asked a question.
Akima, call him out, Akima.
Akima, I can answer it. You and I can disagree, have disagreed, but I have rational
See, who came in and watch this? I can give him some love emojis to your comment, to his comment about you. When he was commenting about me, you gave him the laughing emojis. Don't think I didn't see that.
This is called wasting your time on a Saturday night. All right, I'm gonna go work out, everybody. I hope you enjoy this Clubhouse live stream. Brought to you by Slipper, aka an F-word N-word, aka Dr. Adams, a real F-word N-word, and he's been the source of many of our problems. So if you come across Dr. Adams, you may want to block that F-word, N-word, P-word. P stands for psychotic, obnoxious. We can call him an F-word, N-word, P-word, O-word.
I've looked for Anson's rooms over the week.
Oh, really, Monica? Oh, that's just so sweet of you that you would...
So a point of that, if I were Gary and I had someone who was competitive with me, I would be grateful.
Oh.
Because when you have competition, it makes you sure that you're on your
God bless
A game.
Anonymous, right?
And I'm not afraid of
Could you
competition.
imagine getting kicked out of this
Because
room?
it strengthens me. It makes me
This is so beautiful
find out
recording
how
this.
much I want
This is Clubhouse
to win.
Season 5.
So, Anson, I would
Best of
recommend
the
you
best.
keep your 4 o'clock time slot and may the better room win.
Ooh.
And I think it'll be yours.
Wow. Great job, Monica. Well, thank you very much, Monica. Appreciate those kind words.
I'll open the room on Monday. I'm not sure what topic I'll pick, but early,
Wow, well, we can't wait till Monday, Anson. We just can't wait till Monday. We're all so looking forward to it on a Saturday night. Can't wait to... I can't believe I'm spending my Saturday night talking about your room on a Monday, Anson. Wow, thank you so much. I can't wait. And it's too bad you don't know what topic you're going to pick yet, Anson. It'd be great if you knew what topic you were going to pick on Monday.
I'll also share this.
Oh.
I mean, Steve and I, routinely are the conservative voices. I am not a MAGA voice. I'm a conservative.
He didn't vote Trump. He hates Trump, but he'll tolerate Trump. And he's not a Republican. But now he's a conservative voice.
And Tiger, who I have accused of being a member of the Chinese Communist Party, but I have grown to know Tiger quite well. Well, not well, but I respect Tiger. And when Tiger and Steve and I offer views that are counter to what the consensus of the room is, it sometimes gets pretty rough. And the straw that broke my camel's back when the topic was about environmental changes that were being made, and I offered the comment that caution in opposing wholeheartedly, ranting and raving against the changes that were being proposed. We should take caution in doing that because there were some elements within those changes that I think are desperately needed. And Mother, I make that assertion because I ran a nuclear weapons facility for several years that was trying to do environmental cleanup after 50 years of contamination. And I'm very familiar with RCRA, CERCLA, and all the obstruction that can come out of the environmental movement. So I offered a word of caution in that room, and Gary came back at me and said, so that means you're in favor of allowing polluted rivers in Cleveland where they can't fish and swim.
Oh, Lord.
I left the room at that point, sent Gary an email, and I sometimes drop in to listen, but I don't participate any longer. I mean, that's the kind of bullshit that goes on that does not contribute to rational discussions. Let me leave it at that.
Well,
back to the topic of the room, and if you want to make it like if men and women can be friends on the app, or men and women can be friends in real life. My friends and I, our team, we have ran one of the longest running rooms, kept it consistent, haven't missed a day, even opened up on the holidays. And I am the only female mod. Do I mod up people in there? I will, because we don't have any problems in our room. But it is a team of me and 4 guys. That's it. We sit down, we come up with topics, what we're going to go over. Thursdays in our room, we sound like we can't stand each other. Fridays, we come straight back and are good to go. So can men and women be friends? Absolutely.
Of course they can. You know, I got people right now that I work with, like Naomi. We're working on like a private thing, like we're trying to get wildlife reservation team on and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, of course, you know. But the whole point is people gotta stop cooning. Or I'm sorry, bitching. Or I'm sorry. They gotta stop like just you gotta be on a certain level, I guess. With Serene, like me and her, we cool, you know.
Serene, how do you reply to that?
I mean, no, because I'm a black man, she's a white man. I mean, we cool. I mean, she's great and stuff, but you know, it's people that kind of like not on certain levels. You understand?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay.
Well, Kitty and I tangled just a couple of days ago in the room, and I told her to shut up, which I rarely have ever tried to do. But can Kitty and I get along? Well, I guess we're going to do a stork dance and see if we can get along. But I will tell. And by the way, Brad kind of lowered the boom on her because he was the moderator in the room. But can Kitty and I get along? Well, we're not fighting like cats and dogs right now.
I truly believe y'all can. Like, we all can get along. Like you know, we just gotta pretty much like have you know, like a certain I guess we just gotta like, okay, yeah, I agree with this, I agree with that type of situation. I think all of us can get along. No matter what color or anything, I believe that.
Somebody's going.
But
flowers.
Kitty and I.
You do a good job of like trying to parse out pragmatic shit. Maybe that's because you're upraising. Maybe it's because of your job. Maybe it's a little bit of both in your friend group. I have no fucking clue. But you do like a fairly decent job, like a more than halfway decent job, which is a compliment, not a backhanded compliment, of like picking out the pragmatic thing in a political conversation to make something function. You seem to ask systemic questions about like, how does something work? What do you have to do? That kind of shit. And you're like particularly good at it. So just want to tell you.
Yeah, but that's what y'all think about. And the whole thing about it is if you're gonna be that way, you're gonna be that way. Like I mean, like, you know, we got a lot of racists in here. Not racist.
Careful.
Yeah, I know. You gotta be, you know, get a lot of race in here. You got black, you got Hispanic, white. You gotta just like be careful. Just like she said, careful. What you say? Like, I mean, you know, you can really. I mean, I'm cool with all. Dude, my kids are mixed and stuff. I mean, you know, it's different. But the whole thing is, you just gotta be careful what you say in these rooms, dude. And you know what?
Earl, you've been invited up, honey.
Like the Serene, me and her, cool as fuck. Like, you know, I mean, we are. And so it doesn't matter what people say, me and I don't know if y'all know Ann, y'all don't know Ann. We're cool too. So
Serene and I are also cool. It's nice.
Hey, Bruce.
yeah, I hope so.
Pearl, honey, you were invited up. Your hand was raised. All right, Anson. Marsh's gonna help you set up the rooms and such and such and such and such, and I'm standing by in case you need an assist.
Yes, ma'am. That's the idea.
If y'all have Monday's room scheduled already and you want to drop a link in the chat, I will advertise for you.
That's one of the problems. I don't know how to. I know how to open a live room now. Roger's given me permission to do that, but I don't know how to post a room in advance. But I will open the room at 4 o'clock, 10 minutes of 4, Central Daylight Time on Monday, and the topic of the room is who is causing the chaos.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Oh wait, hold on, Bruce. Just a little bit of housekeeping. So you can schedule a room. You can schedule a room, and you can schedule it with the title Rational Discussions, and then have it set to open at 3:50 every day. And what happens is when if you miss a day, it just reboots.
You just lost me, Scarlett. Marshall or Scarlett, either one of you, open a room at 10 minutes of 4 Central Daylight Time this coming Monday. Who is causing the chaos? And then I'll open the room when it's time to hit live chat, and we'll go from there. And that ought to be pretty simple.
Y'all are planning on bringing this into the next week? Like, are y'all serious? I'm telling you, if y'all don't stop fighting about this, I'm gonna block everything.
No,
I don't know what you're talking about. Nye, do you know how to do scheduled rooms? Nye, can you do that for Anson?
I heard Adam's voice, but I don't see him on the stage.
His slippers.
Adam's not here, but slippers.
Yeah, what happened to ladies?
Why didn't you just go for bonnet, Adams? And
Adam, that shit was fucking hilarious.
Because I don't wear a bonnet, I wear a slipper.
Oh, slippers. I didn't know that was him.
That's
okay. I'm looking at the stage like, where is he? I don't see him, but I hear his voice. What's going on? Okay, I get it now. Adams, I swear you're so funny. Your voice just came on in.
No, but that's so true though. Like a week from now, you know what I mean? I feel like new shit will pop up from that.
Okay, so wait. Scarlett asked me a question. Do I need to open the room? Set up the title? Is that what we need?
Yeah, schedule daily rooms and rational discourse. And I cannot.
I don't think she wants to do that though, Scarlett, because the title changes every day.
Right.
Yeah, but you can edit. You can edit the title as you go.
Exactly.
Well, no, but Anson can't.
Just
Good.
a suggestion. Wouldn't the most direct way to do this be that Anson put me as some sort of a something or other in the house? I don't know what that is, because I've never done it before. But wouldn't that be the thing so I could help him do the programming?
Okay, I'll go to the house and I'll see if I can appoint you to be the
leader.
Chief cook and bottle washer of the
Chief
Rational
cook and bottle washer, aye, Captain.
I like you. I just followed you. I like that.
All right, and that's an old Navy term, Mother.
I love how you said mother. I'm sorry.
I think you should wear that as a badge of honor, Marshall. You can take it to the critical thinking forum and say, I am now the chief cook and bottle washer of the rash discussion group.
I'm the bottle cook and washer of the SS raffle discussion.
Nice. Anson, if you have any trouble assigning him the duties, Nye is an admin in there, so she can assist.
I was gonna say something, y'all. Like when I learned something on Clubhouse. We're never gonna get to any solutions if we never agree on what type of language to use in these conversations. Like everyone has a different definition for every word that we use, whether it's a woman, a man, racism, doxing. Like we can't even get down to a definition of a word and agree on it before we even ever get to a solution. So I feel like it's really hard to even come to an understanding when everyone's using different definitions of the words we're using. So I don't know about the resolution part on Clubhouse just yet because of that.
Pockets, I couldn't agree with you more because that's my basic. The reason I'm trying to have a rational discussion is to begin with, what the hell is the problem that we're arguing about? And be specific about it, and then argue the solutions. Don't argue about whether it's a problem or not. Argue about the solutions to the stipulated problem. And we can't even get past that. We can't even agree on what the problems are. So we argue over each other's head all the time in club.
Hey, so I think the problem with that is, like you say, that we can't agree on what the problem is because it changes per administration. Because when everybody complained about under the Biden administration, none of this shit had been fixed, but no one talks about that anymore. Now they talk about entirely different issues now. So like, then it's gonna change again. So like people need to just stop letting the media tell them what to be fucking pissed off about, and really have a stance of their own and stand on it, regardless of who's president. Then we can start agreeing and we might get something fixed, opposed to being angry about this for 4 years, and that for 4 years, and none of this shit ever get fixed.
One last point, Anson. I am a Trump supporter. I am Make a Great America. I don't believe I belong in a cult. I believe I can be very critical of the things that our president does. So when you paint with a broad brush that MAGA is unable to critique the job performance, I submit that that's a little bit too harsh. And I would invite you to look again, because we're not a monolith either.
The term MAGA, not your, with what you just said, Scarlett, I would say you are not MAGA. MAGA has at least gotten the reputation, has been, of a large group of people that are irrationally loyal to Trump the man. And I'm not MAGA, but I can be selective in saying that I agree with what he's doing, for example, in Ukraine, and I'll back that up in arguments. I am uncertain about tariffs, so I'm not sure that I know where I stand on tariffs. And I certainly feel that there is a smog, not an environmental smog. There is a smog over our cities, major metropolitan areas, and it has been that way for some time. And it encompasses homelessness, crime, disrespect for law and order, sanctuary cities, etc., that needs to be corrected. And I will debate, I'm not sure whether Trump's doing it the right way or not, but that's the example of trying to have rational discussions about specific problems. And Hakima, it's not just one administration to the next. Today, it's one headline to the next, following behind the hysterical media. So That's what we're trying to fix, and we're trying to
I agree.
make progress with
I
it.
agree with that answer. Let me say the one thing. One thing, Bruce, I want to
say something. Black
I don't want to try to answer real quick.
yeah, he's gonna do some black point. But I understand. But let me say something real quick.
Hold on, Bruce. Don't interrupt Takima. That's a hidden rule in the law. Takima started first, I believe. Am I wrong?
Oh my God.
Dave, am I wrong?
A nigga that his name is Akima to start.
Okay, we don't allow the N word or the K word on our stage. So, Bruce, you have a timeout in the chat. Please, moderators, don't invite Bruce back up until 3 minutes
I
to.
really want to hear your reply, Akima, because I did address it to you, my friend.
Right. Hey, what crazy? It wasn't even much. He could have had it right. I just want to say, like, what you just said from one headline to the next is what I touched on also. Like, we need to stop letting the media guide our outrage. Now, I said that. Like, we steady let the media dictate what we care about. Like, care about what you care about and stand on it.
There you go.
The media dictate what to be outraged.
There you go. And argue your point forcefully on Clubhouse and be respectful and listen to rebuttals when you argue your report or your point. And you've been doing that, and I support you, my friend.
Thanks, Anderson.
I don't think we've been unnecessarily over moderating with Bruce. It's a shame he couldn't let Hakima have the mic first.
He was being an asshole. Then he want to say the N word and crack a joke about my name as if like I have a problem with my name. I would hate him for my name to be Bruce, actually.
Oh, Matt Cool joined the room. Look, Matt, we have more than vaginas modded on stage.
Uh-oh.
Amazing.
Impossible, because In the Muff only has female moderator.
Right? And they're so incapable.
Yeah, what the hell those women are doing?
I'm almost afraid to ask, but is there beef with Matt?
Yes, there is so much raw beef with
Matt. Cool.
Shit, I had no idea. Fuck.
Who's got the grill going? All right, here we go.
I mean, what do you think about the fact that there's just lady mods in the muff?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
King
come
Alan in
on.
here too.
I would only
King Alan in here too. He has some.
I would only comment that I'm a mod and I'm not transgender.
And neither.
Oh, Mother, you're can't hear you. So I see you on mic, but you're not.
I mean, Matt, why is that a question? Like, why is it even a question?
You should have left the original title of this room, Serendipity, so he would have understood the context of us greeting him so enthusiastically.
Yeah, the original title of the room, what I don't even remember what it was.
Something about
it was
females in the muff? All female moderators in the muff?
Are you talking about the very first one, or are you talking about the just previous?
Very first one.
No, he had a room earlier, something about like what is, or the final answer.
Final definition of doxing. What is doxing?
The final definition of doxing. Yeah, we put the final definition of doxing in the title for you, Matt. But we were just, waiting for you to come in so that we can ask
Oh my
you.
gosh. When serendipity speaks like this, it makes me nervous. It makes me want to leave quietly because it scares me. Like, run away, Matt, run away!
You know what? You know what sucks? The hallway was so dead earlier that Matt's room, I sat in it and I was like, oh, there's someone you have blocked in this room. And I was like, oh, and I'm like, messaging serendipity. I'm like, make a room. This hallway sucks. Matt, I'm very disappointed, but I'll always love you.
Yeah, so, like, I'm trying not to be annoyed, Matt, but I would have liked to learn about what the official definition of doxing was. And you made the one person that has the majority of the MUF leaders blocked as your co-mod. And it's like, what the hell, Matthew? What you doing?
Monica, you said in the chat we didn't get there. Of course you didn't get to the definition of doxing. Of course you guys didn't get.
And it's your room, and you can have in there whoever you want. But, you know, I didn't think you and I had a problem, but now I'm thinking twice, which is always not a good idea. So, okay.
Monica, you're a woman. Stop thinking.
Right, what is thinking? That's ghetto.
What?
I keep forgetting. Kristen, we put too much on ourselves as women. We think already too much. I feel like if we start thinking twice, that's a disease. I feel like we as women just, you know, we're good with just one.
Hang on. Y'all hold my brain for a while, okay?
No, you're ready to fight, Kristen. Get him. Get him.
This shit is stressing me out.
You can't afford for anybody to hold your brain.
Damn it. You know what?
Listen, man. I would trust y'all with my brain 100%. I trust y'all to put a Neuralink in my ass. 100%. I trust it. I trust
it. Promise pocket. I'd only drop it twice. It would be fine.
You would toss it up and it would hit your fan and you'd be like,
dust it off. It's fine.
Do you drop it low, Monica, though? And pick it up?
Turn it low. Drop it low. Drop it low.
Drop it low, pick it up slow. I mean, this is just complete and total chaos. This is what happens when you give vaginas to green people. So much fucking power.
It's a disaster.
The only person on this stage is Bima with a pink ticket is gonna drive me insane. You need to catch that in, like, right now.
No, she already has.
Oh, she already has? Well, you better leave this room, girl. Come back.
Somebody did something shady.
Oh, I'm so sorry then. Okay, I support everything you do. I love. I missed so much shit, y'all. Like, I have no idea what you are.
That's a shade ticket right there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We love you, B-Mar.
Am I gonna be the only one up here dropping it? Come on.
Well, I don't got shit to drop. I mean, we could crack our knees. We could do that. Let me crack my knees one time. Hold on.
Dropping it like it's hot. Watch out.
Nah, dude, my knees will make a beat when I try to drop it down. It's bad. I'm only 30.
And call it the same thing.
Dude, I had bad knees before my NCL or MCL in college. Longboard everywhere. And that did not end up working out a couple of times. Like, I fell on H shit, and so I've got problems with my knees now. In my 30s.
Marshall, that sucks, dude. I'm so sorry.
We're wearing bad shoes.
Okay. Somebody told me not to wander around inside this, like, three-cranked house. And I was like, what? The house is so cool.
Listen, bro, I want whatever you're drinking. I love whatever's wrong with you. To be honest, I love every part of you.
Oh.
By the way, I just for the record have to say that no, I'm not in the fighting mood, but I will fight for Nye to speak. I will fight for MG to be able to speak, and I will fight for serendipity to speak, and I will fight for Scarlet to speak. And I will fight for Pockets to speak.
Matt, come up here so we can hear your voice.
Come on, Matt.
And
Come on up.
We'll only bite a little bit.
Write it down for person. I don't think you understand.
What?
We will all write it down for you.
I mean, well, yeah, you know what? I'm so over it. I don't have much to say anymore.
Hey, I discovered this new butterfly today called the silver, what was it called? The silver spotted skipper. It's very common. And I was learning about it. And apparently it had like a poop catapult. Like when it's a catapult. Yeah, dude, like you could fling its excrements like 1.5 meters away from its body.
I love that for them. Did you hear about the pistol shrimp, bro? That there is a shrimp underwater that literally kills its enemies with a bubble that's like faster than any bullet. It's pretty cool, dude.
Say goodbye to your reading book. The best way to
National Geographic, man, we're falling behind from world or from life. No one's watching National Geographic anymore. It's really
the best way to end something is.
I just saw it. You're so right. I just saw on Facebook Marketplace this person getting rid of like an entire library of National Geographic magazines and like it's for free.
What?
Isn't that crazy, dude?
That's treasure.
Like, listen, man, lions are down bad. I don't think people understand how bad lions are down right now. But our mammals are struggling.
You know, I think I'm kind of like Marshall. I'm sort of enjoying my late Saturday afternoon drink. I'm not drunk, but I sure as hell am trying to figure out what the conversation is in this room right now.
Well, I just got some Angry Orchards. They're like crisp apple beer. And dude, these are pretty nice.
Serendipity download in that.
Apple orchards, beer, and dudes. I'm still a little lost.
Yeah, I don't like beer because it tastes like ass. So I have to get like flavored beer, you know? So I have to get like the apple beer. It's pretty nice.
Oh, I thought you meant beards as opposed to beer.
Pockets cursing in front of Anson makes me so uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad.
No, it's me. It's me. And Marshall was cursing earlier too, and I'm like, Marshall, that's Anson. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure Anson can.
Well, Anson literally fought for our right to curse and be sailors. So God bless you, Anson.
That's right. Where is Hakima?
Yeah, God bless.
Fucking A, Pockets.
Yeah, I was wondering why is Hakima in the audience? Hakima, did you move yourself down?
Did he glitch out? Because he wasn't mod a minute ago either, and I didn't know what happened.
He did. He came from the audience, and I brought him up, and I remodded him, but I think he left again. And you know how it goes. You hit that hallway, and if you hit any previews, you lose your mod badge anytime you're in a...
Oh. You know what?
Hey, Pockets, were you in the military?
No, my grandfather was, though. My dad was. My grandfather was a pilot in World War II. He was an engineer as well, so we helped build the planes. So I have full respect for anyone who's fought for our country.
Well, I used to get the question when I'd go on long submarine patrols how I best protected my wife from Marines specifically. And I told them I would keep a can of shoe polish under the bed because I've never seen a Marine that wouldn't rather shine his shoes than fool around. Any Marines want to respond?
No, but Anson, can I tell you a little bit more about this little silver spotted thing? Okay, so this pooper catapult, I was curious. I was like, wait, why does it have to catapult its poop so far away? And then I learned that it's because it's predators. That's how they follow, and they call it frass. Guys, they call it frass. I'm going to refer to my poo from now on as frass, okay? So they follow the frass, and that's how they find them to eat them. So that's why they gotta catapult them away.
Don't throw your frass at me.
I can only say, what?
I think frass is a total vibe. Like, what the frass? You gotta be frass and kidding me. Like, this is so much potential. Thank you, Beam.
I think so too. Who's frassing in the room?
There will be no frass on stage. Thank you very much.
Beema?
There's a new poll in the room, everybody. Please cast your vote.
A new poll?
A new poll! And if you don't vote purple,
This one's for you, Matt.
don't you vote green either, Matt. I'm watching you. All the suck-ups posting green.
Well, here's the thing. I feel slightly conflicted, ladies, because I thought Matt Cool was cool. But now I'm hearing what's going on? Some drama rooms where he's trash talking.
Night.
The mods and
We
the mods, I
have
can
it.
hear it.
We have an excellent authority.
What you gonna bring the mods and the muff up for?
Doxing room. Alan's on stage. So, Alan, tell me, what do you think about the In the Muff having all female mods? Am I wrong?
It was so
Are we
random.
wrong?
Irrelevant.
Like, I'll stand a correction. if our reports were wrong. But one time a while ago, you said Clubhouse runs through Monica. That sounds really bad now that I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But
I just stepped in it.
Everything Clubhouse, Monica is in the know about. So if I'm wrong, Matt, you can tell me and I'll apologize. I don't think I'm wrong though.
Look, Matt voted like me. I win.
Matthew Colacious, you do have some comeuppance due.
I know, you need to come up.
Just take it like a man.
You need to put your full name, dude.
Come pay your penance.
We're going to make you a mod and screenshot it and put it everywhere on Clubhouse so that everybody knows they're just female mods.
That's a muffin.
That's his own.
For the record, I don't think that Anson nor Slippers is a bad. They're just honoring it.
That's true.
Actually, the dolphin is female. The dolphin's name is Anson.
Can I dox myself?
Yeah.
Why would you?
My address is one.
No!
You're such a turd. Why are you
Cell
frazzing?
phone number. You can Google me and
Why you gotta make us protect you like
let
that?
me tell you something.
Why you made me yodel like some infidel?
If anybody's gonna waste their time on doing anything to me, they don't have much shit to do in their life.
Matt.
Yes, I can help you.
So, we care about you.
Well, my wife chewed my ass for having my real name up here, so I had to change it about a month ago.
Good.
So, we care about her, too. We care about the baby and everybody.
But I would legitimately kill somebody if they tried to come in this house.
But they want you alive, numbskull.
I know they do. No, sometimes question their motives. But yes, I agree.
You know what I saw today? I saw, I was driving, and you know how like houses are like kind of close to the road sometimes? There was this postman, and he was delivering a box to this house, and all I saw was him start to run, and this English bulldog like viciously attacking him. And I thought to myself, damn, those things are supposed to be like, you know, the best temperament and all this other stuff. I was like, tisk, 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 that's horrible. Yeah. But that's what I saw today. See, but my pit bull wouldn't have done that. My big, vicious looking, angry, solid, brolic, muscly, big headed, big jawed pit bull would have never.
Wait a minute. You just watched the English bulldog tear a hole in the postman? You didn't like honk your horn to distract the dog, or?
No, I was like driving by, and in this, it's like you have to like slow down to like slowly go around, and all I saw was him like, I was already going around the corner, and he had thrown down the box, and he started to run, and I'm like, what happened? And then I see this dog, this English bulldog, like chasing him, right? And then all of a sudden he stopped, and the bulldog and the person grabbed the bulldog or whatever, but that's as much as I could. I'm guessing that that's kind of like.
So the postman wasn't injured?
Oh, I don't know about all that. I kept going.
Beat him up. Beat him up.
You know what's fun?
How do you spell frass, Bima?
FRASS.
Okay. Let me show you what I did.
You know what's fun? Is doing this again at 50 years old. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, M-I-C-K.
All right. PTR, Bima.
Sounds like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse at 50. I love it.
You know what this reminds me of, and I go all the way back to my high school years, which were in the 1950s, ancient history. But we had a boys, if you will, sorority called the Barons, and I've forgotten what the girls' sorority was, but it was whatever name. And I can guarantee you that the boys' sorority wanted to know what in the hell did they talk about and what was going on in that girls' sorority. The fact that I'm still staying on the stage reminds me that I'm trying to still gain insight into such a conundrum.
Have you ever seen Bluey before? Have you ever watched Bluey before?
I don't know what Bluey is.
I didn't.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I didn't know until about 6 months ago either. We got a Bluey dress today. Boy, somebody was excited.
I have read the book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and I tend to agree with that book. But of course, that was written in the 1960s, so nobody in here knows what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh, everybody knows it.
Oh yeah, we know that book.
The problem with that book is that means that Mars and Venus are in the same solar system. See, I don't think women and men are in the same even in the same solar system.
Oh. Well, like that. Where's your wife? I need to talk to her right now.
Oh, shoot.
What I liked about the book is that it got people talking about some really cool stuff, and it kind of gave some insight and also a little bit of levity to stuff, to important.
It's very akin to that book, Love and Respect. Have y'all read that one?
Hey, what is that little top thing on the top left of the profile pictures?
That indicates what you voted in the poll.
Oh wow! So I need to change my vote. Okay.
Yeah, that indicates what you voted in the poll.
So basically, everybody knows how you voted, or if you voted.
He left without coming on stage. That
Of
means
course
have
he
given
did.
the poll. Wow.
Hey, how about a Sunday drama room?
Wow.
Sunday clubhouse drama room.
No,
Yeah?
I haven't had
Because we haven't had enough of that all
drama.
week.
That would be huge.
No, Matt, you're fired.
Only if it can be fake drama. Can it be fake drama? Like drama roast? Yeah! Scarlett says no.
Here comes Phoebe.
Absolutely not.
Is it good if your wife ever asks you, "Are you done yet?"
Oh my God.
I don't know. Are you taking too long to eat? What are you doing, Matt?
Well, yeah, no, it's the dinner. The dinner meals takes. I mean, I like to enjoy that.
Hi, BB.
BB's here to talk about TNA, so I'm gonna head out. Y'all have fun.
Oh, bye. Wait, Scarlett.
She's just hanging out in the back channel. Scarlett, stay here.
Yeah, you can't leave. I want you to look at the YouTube video. I found a video of, because it's the caterpillar, it's the silver spotted. So that's the butterfly. That's it's butterfly stage. That's what it looks like. But as a caterpillar, that's when it can fling the frass. And I found a video of it flinging the. There's even like a little. What was that? That's what it sounded like. It sounded like a. That's exactly what it sounded like. Watch, I have the video in the chat. Oh my gosh.
You think I'm crazy?
Tits and ass, BB, tits and ass.
Yeah, so talking about tits and ass, where's our beloved Roger?
He's otherwise disposed at the moment.
You just have to keep an eye for him. He is logging in.
So, anyways, I was in what's his name's room like earlier with all the doxing. What is going on?
It's just ridiculous. It's men in a bunch of dick measuring contests. That's all.
Well, I'm in trouble right now with my companion because she's angry that I'm spending so much time on Clubhouse, and she wants to know what I'm talking about. And I was using my hearing aid, so I've now put you on speaker on my iPad. So keep it clean, ladies.
Hi, Mrs.
Her name is Ann, if you would like to address her.
Hi,
Ann.
We love Mr. Anson, but we concur. We love spending time with him, but he is yours. And you can still yell at him so that he can spend more time with you.
Keep it coming, ladies, because she's still pissed.
I'm not cleaning up your mess, Anson. You go get those flowers and be nice to her.
That's right.
Are you a little too addicted to this app that you're not giving her some TNA? Love. You're not giving her TNA love. Come on now.
We're not going to offend her.
Who is GLG? Hey, GLG.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
The house. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm after you.
I was
The
just
house
going to say,
of ill repute.
Gary Baumgarten's house, Critical Thinking Forum, is the one that's going to stand the test of time, right? Because, I think because of him being in media, he knew that he had to curate his room more carefully based on the way things were going. And, he closed the chat, he moves people down. He did the kind of things that people tried to do earlier on in Clubhouse. but it seems to be sustainable. I'm not saying like in the muff won't last or whatever, but I do think it's interesting.
Well, wait a minute. Why are you talking about in the buff? Dave. That's funny though. That would be funny. Hold on, Dr. J. We're not competing with Gary Baumgarten's room.
Oh, I know.
I know. Rational discussion might be competition for Gary, but that's not us.
No. I'm not at all competing. I just mentioned the room because we're in this room right now. I could have been in any room. I'm not saying. I'm not even encouraging you to use his tactics. It just occurred to me that, I've seen so much come and go on Clubhouse, and I was thinking, what is it? What's an example of a room that may have modified things that has given some sustainability? And maybe it's Gary's, maybe not.
I actually think, this is not disrespect to Gary, but he is very strict. And I'm not going to go on Facebook to join a group to comment on a Clubhouse room for a few reasons. The primary one is that would be identifying me in the real world.
Oh, fair enough.
As much as I like my ideas tested, there are malignants and malefactors on the app who would weaponize that. So that's one thing. So I can't participate in chat, and I'm not always available to join the stage. And I find the format pleasing to Gary, but not very accessible.
Totally, that's a fair critique.
Driver, I can assure you that I am not trying to compete with the popularity or whatever of Gary's room, and I acknowledge his expertise, etc. It's simply the fact that because maybe part of it is because of the size of the room, but you cannot have a conversation in Gary's room. Maybe that means, just like we're having a conversation right now, and it's a fairly large room. You need to be able to have conversations without all the rancor and all the bullshit. And Gary tends to, he doesn't tend to, he states his opinions, his views, caveated with I'm not an expert and I don't know and all that, but his views are dramatically against everything that Trump has been trying to do. I don't like Donald Trump. I've never voted for him. But I believe we should have a rational discussion, pros and cons, about specific problems and policies to address those problems, and not just the constant harangue against anything and everything GOP and Trump are trying to do. That's why I'm not trying to compete with Gary. I'm trying to offer an alternative for those that would care to have an honest conversation, a debate that is reasonable, polite, non-interruptive, and thank you for not interrupting me or anybody else. That's all I'm trying to do, because I do believe that there are some things, in fact, several things, that Donald Trump and his administration are trying to do that I wholeheartedly support. Others, I think he's a total ass. I never voted for him. The way he promotes his policies, his hyperbole, his exaggeration, his lies, all of that stuff, I join with all the criticism that you can level at him. But underneath, there is an underlying, and God forbid I would say it, wisdom or correct perspective on how to achieve some things where America has been in a great significant decline for the last 25 years, and not a single GOP or Democratic president or administration has been able to reverse that decline in the last 25 years. And that's all I'm trying to do.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I value your expertise very much, and I didn't even know you started something new. If it's a new room, I didn't even know. I agree with you. I agree with you on your take on Trump. As far as Gary's room goes, I assume that he would rather have a conversational style like he had initially, but being in the media, I think he's got to be careful that things don't get out of hand and cause trouble for him professionally. So maybe, so I agree that it's not the optimal way, but it's the best way perhaps that works for him. But I mean, I value your expertise when you're in those rooms, and you also, you engage with people in a very professional and sophisticated way that speaks to your acumen and your experience. So that's what I like about Gary's room, is that I haven't been in there in the past few weeks very much, but he's had some high-level conversation, and then he still gets a couple people who may be difficult, is my guess. But I can't say because I haven't been in there much.
Well, I could just say, observe that right now in this room, you and I just had a perfectly reasonable conversation, and we need more of that. Not all the bullshit that pervades Clubhouse, and I hope that there can be alternatives to that can advance the conversation, and God forbid, advance America's position in the world, because I believe our position in the world has been gravely diminished over the last 25 years, and I don't see or hear anyone that has reasonable, rational observations about how to reverse that trend. All I hear is partisan bullshit most of the time, in the media, on Clubhouse, and elsewhere.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I because I'm fairly moderate, and as I've gotten older, and I think the trend for most people is, sorry for the background noise, people get more moderate as they get older, but that may not reflect everyone's experience. But to me, again, the dichotomy, if you're too extreme in your views, you almost become blindsided by, I don't want to say everyone who's extreme in their views is irrational, but you're more likely to become irrational and succumb to cognitive biases and distortions when you hold extreme views and only surround yourself with that kind of sentiment. So that's my opinion.
But of course, we cannot even arrive at a definition of what is an extreme view. We can't. Part of our greatest problem is that we can't agree on what in the hell's the problem we're trying to solve.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe this is one thing to pose to the room, because I don't want to talk too much, and I appreciate the discourse with you, is that, like the immigration thing, right? Maybe, in principle, I think that, people who come to this country illegally, are taking a risk. They're taking a risk that some other people chose not to do, right? And there's various reasons for that. At the same time, if you get picked up off the street, if you put yourself in the shoes of someone being picked up off the street and deported, it's like, I guess my point is, I have empathy for both sides, and I have to sit in someone else's shoes or try to maybe understand their perspective. And I'm not sure everybody tries to do that, nor should they, but that's something I've been trying to do. So I'm conflicted on many things.
I can only ask you one, I don't want to get, pardon me, Serene, and all the rest of you. I'm not trying to dominate here, but I think one of the first and best contributions that Trump made to the well-being of the United States is to stop dead in its tracks the flow of extraordinary and rampant illegal immigration, illegal flight into our country. Any nation in the world needs to protect its borders. And part of that is people don't enter your country without legal permission. And if you violate that, I mean, we can argue about what legal permission should be and whether we should be much more open in allowing people to immigrate into our country. That's a legitimate debate. But to stop the rampant illegal mass, illegal entering our country without permission is something that Donald Trump achieved. He achieved it within about 2 or 3 months, and all it took was a change in who was in the White House. And, at least on that count, I'm not arguing about ICE. I'm not arguing about what we're doing now. I'm just saying that closing down the valve of rampant illegal immigration was a significant applaud him. And I could give other examples, but I won't elaborate on them. But that's just an example.
And I don't disagree with you. I think that's well said. You just explained the complexity of the issue, but it's poisoning the well. It's one thing to let people in if everybody's happy. It's another thing to let people in and get feedback that people are in this country, our own citizens, are starving, trying to find jobs, what have you. That's a real valid concern. And I think you handled that issue really well. But I think what happens on Clubhouse is people run with labels and they don't get farther than a blurb, thanks, or an explanation.
Boy, do I agree with that 100%. And I'll stop now and turn it back to let you gals worry about
Well, we have a new poll.
male chauvinism. But my God, what a great discussion. And we weren't trying to crap on each other's head. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Anson. Likewise.
So there's a new poll because I am curious about this because I saw a recent study, and let me see if I still have it in my 103 item collection of my PTR album. I might have recently deleted it though. There was an article about should Democrats recognize the successes of the Trump administration? Would it be better for their party if they acknowledge the things that are going well? And I don't know if I still have it, but the number was striking. So I'm going to have to go into my, looks like I have to go into my photo album on my phone because I must have just deleted it. But there was a high percentage of people that recommended the Democrats give the devil his due. Because what happens if you don't acknowledge the legitimate things that are going well, then when you're criticizing the things that aren't, nobody hears you. It's the boy who cries wolf. And that's a huge problem because liberals are very good at spotting fires. And so it would be beneficial if the significant dislike of Trump didn't interfere with your ability to see the bright spots.
And I would add to that, Scarlett, there is a grave inability on the part of opponents to Trump to acknowledge the things that are not going well, need corrective action, and then engage rationally in a discussion. And that's the place it should occur is in Congress, not in the media, etc., or the courts for that matter. But that's what Congress is for, a deliberative, democratic process. What is going wrong? What is going well? And democratic decisions as to how to advance the good and retard the bad. And that's one of the reasons that our great divide is accelerating, is because we can't even agree on the problems that need to be debated or the fucking courage to debate them and bring them to a vote and let democracy prevail. God damn it.
I found it. It was 74%. According to a smearcolonish.com poll, I don't know that poll, political interest of Democrats to publicly give Trump credit when he accomplishes something with which they concur. 76% agree that it is in the best interest of the Democrats. 24% disagree.
So why don't their leaders adhere to that?
Well, Anson,
pure politics.
One of the challenges with that is that it would be good for the party, and it may not be good for the individual politician. And they're always going to opt for what's good for their political career. So there's a problem. The leadership in the Democratic Party is hell-bent on opposing Trump at every turn because it advances their career. Hakeem Jeffries, it advances his career to be polarizing. So yes, it would be good for the party. It would be bad for the individuals in office in the party.
I could respond, but I don't want to dominate.
Anson, go ahead. Nobody else is.
You can if you want to, but after this, Anson, did you get floured?
The same could be said about the Republican Party. There's an allegiance to the party, and the preponderance of power, if you will, within inside the party, the parties, the two parties, there is not a preponderance of power as to what should be debated and decided democratically, what is in the best interest of the nation. That sounds a little hokey, I suppose. I'm not trying to be profound, but I'm trying to get at some root causes, Joe, beyond just the individual congressman and party and so forth.
Well, I don't disagree with you at all. The only thing I would say is the word profound and politician rarely work and play well together. The worry that politicians, especially in purple states, are very concerned about being primaried by other Democrats. So it is a profound fear of theirs that they're going to lose their power if they act in a rational way.
Okay. I served from when I graduated from college, 1965, until 1988, in the Cold War. There were political differences during that time, but my God, step back. The country was united. How was that achieved? It was not because of one president or another. It was because of the consistency of Congress, the will of the people to win the Cold War.
Well, that was
the will of the people to win the Cold War dominated, and guess what? We won.
I would agree that that was a unifying aspect of that time. I would also remind you that there were conservative Democrats that all became Reagan Republicans. They were called Dixiecrats. And we had a different political landscape in both parties at that time.
And I served during that time. I was in the Pentagon for towards the end of that time. Sure, I heard the disagreements, but I saw the unity. And that's what I'm trying to figure out how we can achieve today. Little different from between can men and women get together. Sorry to change the subject, lady.
No, it's all right. I did find this video about an election being won by a gentleman who was putting lots of ballots in the ballot box. And I know some states ballot harvesting and collection is legal, and I'm still interested in this. Link is in the chat. If he only won by 76 votes and he's on this video stuffing ballots into the ballot box, I think a new election is called for. Does anyone else agree or disagree?
I agree. I had to go look at the clip. So yeah, if he is, hold on, let me go back to the clip. If he is guilty of what they are accusing him of, stuffing a drop box with stacks of mail ballots, I would say so, Charlotte. Scarlett, I called you Charlotte. Sorry, Scarlett.
That's all right. Monica's actually fine. I just can't change my name again for another week or so. What happens when I play pranks? I don't know. There's a new Monica on the app. Baby JB, I think, is the user's name. I don't know who they are, but I do feel some sympathy if they are using the name Monica on the Clubhouse app. I wish them the best of luck with that.
A little grounder.
Anson, before you leave,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be muted. I was responding to a comment in the chat.
oh, no problem. I just wanted to tell you before you leave, I've got a message for you from my.
Does it need to be delivered privately? Do y'all wanna or
It was just some room topic ideas for Rush, and I just got.
nice. Frank, I did invite you up. Behave, please, sir.
The comment that I was
always behave. I am really wondering why you are asking me to behave.
Well, first, then you kind of stepped on Anson's reply, so there's that.
So what? I was responding to a comment in the chat that 1968 was a perfect example of how things were not going right in our country. And Howard, I could not agree with you more. 100%. In 1968, I was a young lieutenant in the Navy. My wife had lived in Arlington. I saw what was going on in the country. I was spit on. Though I never served in Vietnam, I was spit on if I wore a uniform on an airplane. And I could not agree with you more that this country was going to hell in a handbasket. And we're not as bad now as we were then. But we are sure as hell not as good as I hope that we could be and should be if we can have rational discussions and resolve our disputes within Congress, the democratic way to resolve the disputes, not with executive overreach or judicial overreach. It's Congress, the democratic way to resolve disputes, and we no longer have the ability to do that, and it really pisses me off.
Yeah, Anson, I don't really have a problem with executive orders, other than they're not permanent. And some of the executive orders would be better as legislation that came out of both houses. That I agree with. But there's nothing unlawful about executive orders, and utilizing the courts thoughtfully is a very constitutional way of resolving issues.
The problem is, it takes too long. The democratic process, as Churchill said, is too messy. And in today's world of unbelievable information exchange, it becomes a crisis that has to be resolved now rather than allowing the democratic process through Congress to democratically resolve the legal problems that we have. If they could write laws that were specific to the point and fix something, rather than vague bullshit that is left to the courts to try to untangle. And the courts then become political in trying to untangle it. That's part of our problem. You know, I'm sorry.
No, you're correct.
I apologize. I'm not trying to preach.
No, not at all. It's always
God
good
bless you
discussion.
all. My opinion, well, never.
Anson. Well, I just wanted to push back a little bit. I know maybe you have to go, but I understand this could be a discussion for another time.
No, we're having the discussion now, and it's perfectly fine.
Oh, I was just referring, I don't know if he has to go.
No,
But
I'll stay here and listen to you people. I really, I observed your exchange with Brad a couple of days ago, so I'm sort of waiting, but go ahead.
Well, Bima is an anarchist, so. But she also at the same time likes to pull the legs of bucks.
Baby, why do you keep
She
saying
likes to
that?
pull the
Wait,
legs
why are
of
you
bucks
saying that?
because
That's so
they're
weird,
non-basics.
baby. Baby, do you understand that that's weird? We talk about how
Yeah, I understand
weird
that.
rumors, right?
No,
Rumors
understand how
The
brain
boss
works.
of Don needs it.
But hold on, wait, I know it was a joke. I know you're saying it as a joke, but I would never do that.
When it comes to
Right.
non-music, though, right?
Jesus, this is great.
No, you're fucking crazy lady.
Baby, I don't know why you keep saying that. That's not true. Why do you keep saying
Because I noticed that, and I think it's
Hold on, you noticed
So I think,
what?
hold on a second.
I never said I put
you're
legs
very
on your
concerned
butt. That's
about
weird, baby.
coordinated
Hold on, guys.
thoughts, right?
Let me,
Like
hold on a second.
fasting
I don't want to start screaming
if
over
you're
people.
willing to pull the Latin.
Where did you get that from?
Now there's a mod talking. There is a mod talking.
Whoa, beep up for a second. Go ahead, Dr. Jordan.
So, Anton and I just had a delightful discussion about engaging in diplomatic discourse about topics that we may or may not disagree on. And what you're demonstrating right now is that you're bringing personal vendettas or personality issues into the arena, so that this is about personal attacks and not about the topics. Now that's fine.
That's my psychology, Mr. Psychiatrist.
That's what see now calling names isn't going to be helpful either. So what I'm suggesting is that this is why Clubhouse people are drawn sometimes to the drama. And if it was just topical, maybe we would all be pretty bored. I mean, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but the question is, what kind of rooms do you want to be in?
Nina, did you want to go ahead and address Anson?
No, I'm okay.
I mean, I personally, for me, to be honest, I like both kind of rooms. Like some of it's entertaining, some of it's camaraderie. There's a us versus them mentality that can kind of be funny. Like let's say in Roger's rooms, he's maintained, and I'll give Scarlett the benefit for carrying it on. These are rooms where people have all kind of gotten heated and stuff and excited about topics. That's okay. And then there's other rooms where people, are more diplomatic. And this isn't a judgment of people. I guess it's just a question of what's preferred. And I'm not even sure. I mean, I get drawn to everything. So I'm just putting this out there.
Yeah, and also, Anson, I'm not sure what the Brad comment was about, but just in case, because I don't want to assume, Brad, for whatever reason, he doesn't like me, and he hasn't liked me for a really long time. I never address anything to Brad. Brad attacks me unprovoked. You can ask pretty much anybody, and he's done this for the entire term. Hold on, Frank. Thank you. So I just want you to know, I know that you may like Brad, and I'm not saying don't like Brad. I'm just saying that Brad has an issue with me, and I don't speak to Brad because of that. For whatever reason, he has issues with me. So if you saw a situation, it was a self-defense, and it was probably one of those moments where I was absolutely exhausted by constantly being attacked, constantly verbally attacked and accosted, having nothing said to Brad ever at any point. Like I don't talk to him because I understand, and it's just Brad. He's very predictable. I understand how he operates, and I'm not interested.
Well, he's very consistent, no?
Yep, we'll be my rest like you do.
Brad and I have nothing in common other than the fact that we both served in the United States Navy. I'm not sure even that Brad served during the Cold War, but that's beside the point. So there's a commonality of brotherhood in having served in the United States Navy. I was a relatively senior officer when I finished. Brad was a bosun's mate. And God forbid, I love bosun's mates sometimes. But that I could tell you sea stories about that. But when it becomes, I don't support Brad in some of his views. And he remains respectful of me, but he disagrees with my views. All that's fine. But when it gets down to well, I can't even describe. It was my room. It was the room that I was running. And I had to leave for personal reasons. And it devolved into a combat. And even Roger himself said, my God, if Uncle Anson hears this replay, he's going to go apeshit. I didn't go apeshit, but I was extraordinarily displeased with the way that conversation devolved into. And that's all I'm trying to prevent. And again, thank you, driver, or whoever you are over there. I mean, these are the kinds of things we ought to be able to do rationally without all the bullshit, all the Trump bullshit, and try to figure out a better way for this country to move forward rather than the steep decline that I have seen in this country for the last 25 years, at least since 9/11. And I will do everything I can do to try to reverse that trend, make that curve go back up in the right direction, not for me or anybody living on this stage, but for my kids and not for my kids even. Hell, they're in their 60s now. For my grandkids and my great-grandkids. I just think this country is going in the wrong direction, and until we can figure out a united way to reverse that trend, then we're still in great trouble.
Okay, so can I say something for a second? And I just want to make an observation from the outsider looking in, because contrary to the fact that I've been on stage, I'm actually still working. You know, I've noticed that people do this thing where they say that they don't want to talk about people, then they continue to talk about people, then jump back into a topic having nothing to do with that said people they were itching to talk about. I'm going to be very honest with you. In listening to a lot of shit that's happened on this app and a lot of people that come in and out of these spaces, I'm going to have to call bullshit and say that some of y'all love the drama. Some of y'all love the drama. Some of y'all can't get enough of the drama. Y'all can't live without the drama. You can't get enough of the drama. Okay, so when people want to stop complaining about, you know, why can't we get into these spaces and have this type of discord, you know, without any of these problems? Well, hey, we've been given tools to use that, to deal with that. It's called the blacklist. But then you have the free speech committee that says, well, we shouldn't have to block people. They can say what they want to say. Y'all like the fucking drama.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you followed what happened, but I was going to talk to Ensign about rationality, and he had said something like, oh, I listened to your interaction with Brad the other day. He brought up Brad, I didn't bring up Brad. So I was just responding, letting him know that there is an interpersonal conflict with Brad and I, and it's never me talking to Brad. It's always Brad just attacking me unprovoked, and I guarantee you, Anson,
Well, Bima, what are you political?
Hold on. Well, the great thing is Anson has a replay, so Anson.
So the great thing is I've been able to observe you. And what you do is you say things about Brad behind his back. Then when he confronts you, you play the victim.
Well,
so I'm not going to sit up here. Hold on, BB. I'm not going to allow you to do that, Bima. Stop it. And notice Brad is not here. Why are you so obsessed with talking about people when they're not here?
Did you not listen to what I just said? I was responding to Anson.
First of all, why don't you just share with us your political
I was responding to Anson. Hold on. I didn't bring anything up. I was just responding to Anson.
Hold on, Bima. I'll throw the mic back to you, Adam. I just got back to my phone.
Yep.
Dude, I've had these same people blocked for 5 years. So, I mean, and they, you know, I I don't even want to say anything because I feel like a room will be made if I even mention, anything. But, my point is I've had them consistently blocked for 5 years, and they're going to stay on block. So
I don't ever hear you complaining, though. Like, I never hear MG having these type of complaints, because quite frankly, I don't believe MG has these problems.
But she do.
Okay, then I, can I,
Yeah, go ahead, Ensign.
all right. We were having what I was hoping we would have, a rational discussion about, hell, I don't even remember what the topic was. And I had to leave the room. That does not mean I am some super moderator bullshit. It just means we were having a great discussion. I had to leave the room. Roger stayed there, and he sort of stayed in the background. Because I asked Roger, I would like to have a rational discussion room rather than all the bullshit. And he said, I'll help you. And that's the genesis of that room. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. But I did not, but at any rate, we were having a rational discussion. I thought I had to leave. And then I came back several hours later after the room closed, and the bar fight that went on in that room, I'll guarantee you, if I had been in that room, I would have I don't even know how to kick people out of the room, but I'd have kicked both of your asses out of the room because you were so far beyond what I was trying to do in the room. So I'm not going to pick a fight and say Brad was right and you were wrong. I'm going to say, Brad, forgive me, but you and Bima went so far off the rails that you would have been in front of the green table with me and it was called a captain's mast, and I would have docked your pay, docked your rank, and told you if you ever do it again, you'd be going up for a goddamn court-martial. I mean, forgive me, but both of you are wrong.
Anson, you're very kind and you're very naive. But I think when it comes to Beamer,
naive,
why don't you share
Please stop.
political
Please stop
stance?
talking. Please stop talking about me like that. Just stop, baby. I'm done with you
Why don't
tonight.
you
I'm
share
done with you
your
tonight.
political stance?
Stop. Anson, I just do believe that during discussion, and I'm curious because I love the fact that you want to have a rational discussion room. That's definitely, I've been a part of them since I've come into this room or to come into Clubhouse. That's why I was invited here. I've never had a problem outside of a very few select people, okay, and it's constantly those same select people. Now, my question to you is, if you were in that room and we were having a discussion and I had given my submission and then somebody else began a personal attack on my character, would you have stopped them at that point?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I need to know. And I can't wait to have a rational discussion room with you again, because I can guarantee you and I can promise you that I'd never use any type of circumstantial ad hominem or ever insult or attack anyone verbally or cost them unless I was defending myself. So that's all I wanted to hear. Thank you. And I apologize that the room dissolved into the way it did. I'll take responsibility for defending myself the way that I did, only out of respect for you. And I know that if you were there, you would have, just as you stated, you would have stopped the initiator, and that's all that I need to know.
Again, both of your asses out of the room.
Thank you, Anson. Because again, she likes to play the victim, and I'm not trying to gang up on you, Bima, but you take this perception of least resistance when, again, you're not defending yourself when you've been attacked. You're defending yourself after somebody came at you with you flapping and running your mouth because you like to talk. And that is the reason why the man keeps coming after you.
Anson has a recording. Anson, if you believe and value truth, I encourage you to go back and listen to the recording again. I don't even need to, this happened, I don't know how many, a week ago now. It was on education. I can guarantee you right now, without even listening to it, if you listen to it, my submission was purely on education. That's the only thing it was about. And as soon as I stopped talking, I was verbally attacked by Brad, as always, because that's always what happens. My personal character is attacked. Now, all I'm saying
Because
to
you
you is...
keep talking about the man while he's not present, like you're doing right now.
Hold on.
This is the whole point.
Well, first of all, do you think that that's fair when I was responding to Anson?
No, you have the option
so
to
I
not
shouldn't be
engage
having a conversation with Anson.
Bima, you're using it as an excuse to go after Brad again. This is what you do. This is circular behavior.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, this is a pattern. You're right, it is crazy.
It is crazy. Rational.
No,
You're saying that I
she's
shouldn't
using it
respond
as
to
an
Anson.
excuse to excuse her own behavior.
Right, okay. And we're talking about two of the biggest drama queens on this app. One, Adams, who constantly uses a big mic, came into the room the other day.
We're not bringing other stage drama into this
Of course you wouldn't want to.
What was the topic of that room?
Go ahead, remember?
Hilarious. Well done, Adam.
Bima, what was the topic of that room? Was it the history in the making? Is history being made today?
It was about education.
The one about education.
May I say one thing? I'm new here, and I joined the room because it said common sense on Clubhouse, and I'm amazed that none of you can recognize the principles of judging not, and not judging other people and condemning, we have to learn that everyone is different. Everyone is coming from a different perspective. And I think the room needs to take a big break. I was coming to talk about the presidency and how I think we need to overthrow the government calmly. But I was just astonished at the room. And I just ask all of you to take a breath and to continue the discussions. I'm just a fly in the wall. But I just ask you to judge not.
Fantastic. And again, I'm hold on. As a person participating in that conversation that you seem to have a problem with, thank you very much for your unsolicited morality advice. Would anybody else like to speak?
No problem, anytime.
We're not here to virtue signal. We're here to try and understand each other, no matter where we come from. And sometimes people come from different places with honest intentions and honest convictions, but there are also some people who come with opinions that are not that honest, and that's, I think, what is actually the disease at this point in time when it comes to politics, because in the past, as Anthony was saying, it's like, you could be left, you could be right, but there was an end game, and it was about reaching some kind of consensus that was supposed to be the best overall. But today, that's kind of like a little bit blurred.
That's a good point, Bibi. Let me ask you, do you think that it's rational to continue to tell people tonight that I've been pulling the legs off of bugs when that was never said, done, or anything? Like, can you explain how that plays into rational discussion?
Do you like playing the victim?
Adams, no, but you do, apparently. This is why you're the only one that's speaking.
That it was non-native buck, right? You're very adamant.
Bibi, I never said that. But you made that up. You made that up, and you've been telling this. At first, I thought you were joking. But then you kept saying it. Hold on, Bibi. I've never even thought about doing that. This is just made up bullshit, and it's weird. Bibi, it's weird.
Well, you are weird, honey. And then you said, "Oh, I'm gonna let the chicken eat it."
Because I couldn't kill it. That's why.
Well, everybody says
I didn't say that I pulled the legs off of the bug. And I did let the bug go. I did
You are
it.
adamant it's a non-native.
Right, no, not only non-native, it has no predators, and there's a literal campaign because of the industry in the state that I'm in. It's a $7 billion industry. This bug came here from another continent in the 2020, and it's right, but because it doesn't have any predators, and because it can do the things that it does, lay eggs on anything, and it feeds off of the hops and the grapes of this particular billion-dollar industry in this state. It's an invasive bug, and it's dangerous. And that's all that I was talking about. I was educating, like I educate everybody on all the other bugs that I talk about. Today we talked about another butterfly. So I was just giving information. I was giving information about the lantern. I was giving information about the lanternfly. That's it. Today we talked about the silver-spotted skipper. Okay. Yesterday we talked about the golden. We talk about different bugs all the time, BB. I didn't pull the legs off of bugs.
I'm sorry.
And the fact that I didn't even kill the bug.
Sorry.
I didn't even kill it. And it's weird that you keep saying that I did.
It seems like you changed the subject of the room. Common sense on Clubhouse. And God Almighty, do I agree with that? How do we achieve it? Common sense. There's a guy down here in the audience, Alan. He and I have very divergent views on Trump specifically. And yet, he has a new room called the Brain Trust. And we have rational discussions, common sense, mutual respect, even though we vehemently disagree. Now that's a small room, not popular or anything like that. But we need more rooms like that, where Alan, who wants to impeach Trump, and of course I strongly disagree with that, but we can have rational discussions about it without all the bullshit. And somehow I think, well, Alan and I have maintained a degree of mutual respect despite our disagreements about the headlines, if you will. What Alan and I need to do is get underneath the headlines, understand the underlying problems, and then argue about the solutions. But we first have to agree on what the hell the underlying problems are. He thinks it's Trump. I think it's much deeper and broader than that. And we can have a rational discussion about that, be productive, remain polite, etc. And that's what we need more of on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but you represent a time where politics was a little bit less dishonest than it is today.
Politics in my era were as divisive. My God, I voted for Goldwater, for Christ's sakes. The first time I could vote in the United States. I mean, my God, our politics has been divisive.
But the intention,
but our unity in solving the problems has not.
The intentions were right, no matter the division. It's not the case.
That's your opinion, baby.
Yeah, I would say that politics hasn't changed that much, but the media and social media has created so much noise and so many different platforms that you cannot escape it, and that is what's changed.
I think Bibi just said something terribly fascinating, and I wish we could just listen for a minute to why she believes that the intent of Goldwater and the intent of Trump are different.
The intent of Trump is to save America, to make it great again.
Well, okay, but BB's, I don't know.
Every politician represent an era. Just like fashion, just like art, just like celebrities, just like everything else. It will always be the case. It's all interlinked. So if Trump is in power today, it's because the people who elected Trump made Trump, right? He was a TV host. So was Hexit. This is the era we live in today. Nothing is any more different than it is or was. The only thing that's changed is, I don't know exactly what that is, but there's
Nothing's
more
new under the sun,
there is
Phoebe.
less innocence
There's nothing
about
new
things.
under the sun. Everything that is has already
But
been.
there
Your
is
opinion
less
just
innocence
sucks.
about
That's
it,
the problem.
And therefore, oppositions also have to be more ruthless within the way they perceive things, the way they talk about things, the way they express things. And that's what it is. It's like you can't have so what is it? So the left,
It's
they
like
can,
you just keep
hide
going
under the
and you go
umbrella
and you keep
of
talking
what,
about nothing. You just keep going on and on.
Who's like, oh no, you can't be deporting people. It's like, it's against human rights. But then at the same time, pulling off the legs of a fucking bug because it's a non-native. Do you understand what I'm
talking about? You drunk little talk.
Oh, come on. Can I have a discussion with BB here for a minute? Because she's saying something that is interesting, and I'd like to help her with her point of view a little bit. If Anson mentioned the Goldwater election, now that was 1964, and in that election, television was just in its infancy, and there was a commercial that was made for that campaign, for the Goldwater campaign, that you can find on YouTube. And it was about a little girl that was in a field counting flowers, and an atom bomb was dropped on that little girl. And I'm not even sure that I've got the visual right. I'm sure Anson remembers the commercial. The point I'm trying to get to is that what is different today is the information technology that we have. In 1964, we never could have had the kind of conversation that we're having. And my brother Anson, who I deeply respect, even though I disagree with him, is from a different era. I agree with that. So am I, to some extent. But we can comment on what technologies have significantly impacted the change in generation. And I would submit to you that the technology has been a part of the American political system for at least 80 years. And it needs to be calculated into these discussions, and I'll leave it there. Thank you for not interrupting me.
Yeah, but how are we disagreeing on anything you said?
Boy, I am looking forward to Scott and Howard. I just brought them up to the stage, and I really look forward to their comments, because I think this is a really important discussion, guys.
Hey, Anson, thank you. And Alan, I just posted in chat a copy of that famous Goldwater ad. I want to say, though, didn't it come from the LBJ campaign?
Yes, it did. And I guess it's a little confusing because you're absolutely right. It did come from the LBJ campaign, but it was objected to so widely that LBJ took it off the air. I think it was only run once or twice. And I think that I love this point that you're making, because what we had in 1964 that we do not have now was a strong FCC that acted as a neutral arbitrator. And Ronald Reagan, who I think in many ways was a great president and in many ways was not, he was sure as heck not as conservative as many people think. That's not what this room is about. But he tore apart the FCC, and I think we are suffering greatly because of it. And thank you for posting the video, because I think it's great.
Well, I'm going to jump in here just for a second, because I marvel at the fact that Alan, Scott, and Howard are on the stage and listening to my bullshit, and God forbid, guys, have at it. Because we need, wait a minute, don't interrupt me, Howard, Scott. We need rational discussions, and I swear to God, I'll listen to everything you guys have to say, and I may respond, but I'm going to give you every opportunity to address the fundamental. I'm not talking about the specifics of federal forces in D.C. or Trump is a 33,000 liars or whatever. I'm talking about the fundamental things that we're just failing to be able to resolve in this country. Have at it, Scott, Howard. Listen, I really would. This is a great room. As far as
the problem with Alan and Scott and a lot of people that I'm trying to point out is that we're $37 trillion in debt. So if you're going to complain about the FCC in 1968, I got to tell you, it's 2025. We're $37 trillion in debt and have $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. If you gentlemen aren't fiscally responsible or conservative in your own life, you're going to have to get fiscally conservative for your government because you can't keep borrowing.
First of all, wait, Alan. I'm talking a hell of a lot more about fiscal responsibility and all that. I'm talking about what I see as the fundamental decline of this country. It's been going on for 25 years, and I'm looking for solutions. And I want to hear Alan, Scott, and Howard, and I don't want to hear objections about specifics right now.
I was in a room the other day, and I don't think you were there, Hanson, where I was trying desperately to make the point that your Obamacare premium was a function of your income. And I was called a liar. I was told I didn't know what I was talking about. It's this kind of thing that makes it a problem. So thank you for trying to moderate in a good way. Secondly, Mojo, you know nothing about my economics, and I'm not going to debate it with you. I have no need to share my own economic success. I would just say that in spite of a significant disability, I'm better off than many, many Americans because I worked very hard, and I'm actually quite conservative. But I absolutely insist on truthfulness. And that's where I think you and I may have a problem.
By the way, you're more truthful than me?
Yes, I am.
Well, it's just like your opinion, Alan.
No, I do. Well,
yeah, it is your opinion.
Well, hold on.
Mojo.
Have you come into other rooms under a different name?
Yeah, I've got a lot of accounts here. The point is I'm sharing information and my opinion. And I don't know why people think your opinion supersedes other people's opinions. It's just opinion.
How the fuck you got away with manipulating and getting away for so long on this fucking app?
Well, you see, you can't tell me how to use the app. I use it the way I want to use it. You use it the way you want to use it, and therefore it's just your opinion that you don't like the way I use it.
No, because I don't know what your stand is. Like, what are you supporting? What are you?
I don't know. Let's create a room tomorrow, or maybe Monday at 4 o'clock.
Mojo,
Let's come up with a topic right now for Monday afternoon.
I've done this, BB, and what I've discovered is, number one, Mojo would have voted against the big bad bill. Maybe not for the same reasons that I would have, but if he's going to run for Congress, he needs to be held accountable for what he says. Number two.
Yeah, and Alan, I was placating you when I said that Congress should arrest Donald Trump. I was making fun of you, but you were too dim to understand that I was teasing.
No, I wasn't too dim. I understood that you might be teasing me.
Interrupting a discussion that, for some reason, I'm not even able to participate in. So you're interrupting, as you always do, Mojo. Let other people speak.
I want to finish the point, Mojo. I have you on record, on a recording, saying you would impeach Donald Trump, and you can't deny that. I knew what you were doing. I wasn't that dim. Thank you.
Again, I was making fun of you, and it's illegal to make recordings of people on this app, Alan. Don't you know?
It is not illegal. Mojo, stop. That room was recorded. You know it was recorded.
All right, well,
it was documented as being recorded.
Look at the replay. I'm going to go listen to it and see what I said. Please hold.
Okay, well, that's gonna take an hour and a half, so we can go on.
I'm just saying, if you've got Trump derangement syndrome, you got American derangement syndrome. Trump was voted in by the people to rectify the problem,
Anson,
not to
you
create
either
more
throw him
problems,
off or I
but
leave.
to rectify the.
Okay, goodbye. I'm not running this room, so Anson, if you can't throw him off the stage,
Don't
fine.
rage quitting, Alan. Don't rage quit.
I'm trying to mute both of you, and I don't know how to do it. Scott, Howard, have at it.
When you say the decline of 25 years or 27 years, what answer specifically, like, what decline are you talking about? Because that could mean a lot of things. I'm just.
Okay. Obviously, 25 years ago, we had a balanced budget, about $1 trillion or so national debt. Look at us today. Look at our inability to successfully resolve the conflict against terrorism. Bush said it was a generational war. We're still fighting it. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, a military disaster as far as I'm concerned in terms of the military. The geostrategic instability in the world, Scott, you've heard me say this, but based on my experience, from my professional experience from 1965 up to whatever, and I was on the tip of the spear of nuclear deterrence. That has been degraded, and I firmly believe, that we are closer to nuclear war today, not because of geostrategic instability. And part of that, a significant part of that, is the American inability to create stability, which I call deterrence. Deterrence is weaker now than it's ever been in my professional lifetime. I believe we're in trouble, and we're getting deeper in trouble on those broad subjects. And that's why I make the comment that I do, and thank you for not interrupting, and I welcome your ability, your response to those kinds of
Yeah, I think a couple things. So I think I agree about the deterrence thing, and I think if I were Ukraine right now, I'd be trying to get a nuke. And everybody, if I was any other country that was anxious about its defenses, I would be trying to get a nuke because, yeah, I mean, I think that's a problem. But I would say, so I think if we're saying that past 25 years of decline, that's one way to frame it, and I think it's not unfair. But I think what we're seeing right now, there's a scholar, Gary Gersel, who's written The Rise and Fall of the Neoliberal Order, right? And his work, I mean, he thinks that we have these political orders. The last major one in the 20th century, he thinks, was the New Deal, right? New Deal liberalism. And what you have when you have a political order is it annexes the opponents, right? So what happens is like you get, for instance, you get after FDR, what does Eisenhower come in and do? Does he become a spendthrift and clamp down the state? No, he expands the state, right? He expands infrastructure. He's part of the New Deal order, right? So the New Deal order gives way to neoliberalism, right? Which sort of, begins on the cusp of Jimmy Carter. Reagan really brings it in. And that's where, markets are seen as superior to government. It's the area, and includes, and that's the new order because it's sort of, you look at Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is much closer to Ronald Reagan than he is to FDR, right? I mean, that's, the era of big government is over. I mean, that sort of thing, that was the breath of victory of Reaganism, right? Clinton was really a Reaganite. So that order, the neoliberal order, is eroding. Okay, it's tattering. It's coming to a close. I mean, I think a couple things have caused it to weaken. One, you look at the financial crisis of preceding Obama, that really crushed people's confidence in the global economy, in the neoliberal sort of free trade, free market stuff. You look at Iraq and Afghanistan have eroded people's confidence in internationalism and international agreements and sort of international law and international interventions, right? And I think also the faith in democracy. China's success, rapid success, without democracy, right, makes the Davos crowd and stuff enamored with China, and there's just cynicism about democracy, just culture in a culture-wide way. So I don't know, like maybe it's decline, but I just think there's a fundamental paradigm shift that Trump has responded to, right? That Trump is the right-wing response, the populist response to these problems, right? And so I think Trump is pretty effective as far as he's reacting against all of the erosions that we see declining in like the 2000s, sort of pre-Obama. Now, I think the left hasn't come up with a response to the end of neoliberalism. We ran the neoliberal candidate. We ran Kamala Harris, right, running around with Liz Cheney saying the neoliberal system isn't that bad and Trump's going to blow it up. People wanted it. People wanted it blown up. That's the thing. People wanted the system blown up. And we didn't offer somebody to blow it up, right? We offered. Now, it's interesting. I'm not a Mamdani fan. I don't like the anti-Semitism. But he is closer to the sort of response to an erosion of neoliberalism, right? So how do we sort of get the deficit straight? People don't care about that. I don't know that it is possible because nobody gets votes on it, right? Nobody has the political will to do it because it's not what people care about. People care about, now again, we might want to say that they're concerned about prices. They're going to be, that stuff's all going to be bad when the inflation skyrockets and all that stuff. But that's abstract for people. So I don't think the debt is something that will be dealt with in a reasonable way because there's just not, it's not something that's existentially or practically a concern of any American.
So Scott, what about
wait, Alan.
Yeah.
A major breakthrough, as far as I'm concerned. Scott seemed to agree with my assertion that American, whatever you want to call it, social fabric, geopolitical influence, whatever you want to call it, a debt, deficit, America has been in decline for 25 years or more. The question is let's accept that agreement. And that decline has occurred over how many, Republican and Democrat administrations. There is a fundamental problem in America that we need to address, and it's not going to come from a Democrat administration or a Republican administration. The fact that we have a blip and we have a recession or not a recession, or things change, interest rates go up 1% or 5%, there is a fundamental decline in America. And I'm trying to understand and develop ideas, and because of my age, I have to go back to what I thought of, and looking in hindsight, during the Cold War, Scott, there was far more unity in this country than there has been since 9/11. I firmly believe that. Why? And what can we do to fix it?
Yeah, I think that the advantage you have in the Cold War, right, is you have an enemy, right, and you have an ideological enemy, right? There's a way of life that is so opposed, and with a chief competitor, a superpower, right? We had a superpower rival, which did bring the country together. And I think there's a really interesting book, The Clash of Civilizations. It's an older book, the Huntington, but it's well worth reading if you don't know. And Huntington's writing in the 80s, I think it was late 80s, but he was sort of saying after the fall of communism, he's thinking, he called that the age of ideology, right? That the age of ideology gives way to civilizational clash. It's no longer communism versus capitalism, the Western capitalist free society versus the Eastern Empire. It's several different cultural regions, right? You've got Eastern Orthodox Russia, you've got the Christian sort of democratic West, you've got China, you've got so he breaks into like these socio-cultural orders. And he says what's going to happen is all the conflicts will be in the border regions. He predicts Ukraine in the 80s. He's like, because Ukraine doesn't exist in this sort of Judeo-Christian West, the Catholic Protestants or West, or the Eastern Orthodox Slavic East. It's on the border. So I think with the civilizational conflict, it is tougher. Also, I think pluralist multiculturalism makes things harder. It's interesting when they do studies. There's a study in England. It's shocking how many, and you can find correlative studies like this among American millennials and stuff. It's shocking how many people don't think it's important to live in a liberal democracy, right? There's the relativism is seeped into democratic ways of life. So all these things are real. And at the same time, our GDP is doing pretty well. Like this is the thing about decline. Like we're far surpassing growth in the rest of the world, right? I mean, this is the interesting thing about Trump's narrative sometimes, that we're this victim nation, right? That everyone's taking advantage of us. We're still doing far better than even China and anything close to our global competitors. So, I mean, I think if we might be facing a decline in political culture as far as being able to do big things. I agree with that. I mean, part of it is our system is designed to need substantial majorities, right? You can't really run America on narrow majorities the way you can a Westminster parliamentary system like Canada or the UK or something, right? So to do big things in America, you can't do it on narrow majorities. And we're partisan, we're tribal and partisan, and you can't do much with a narrow majority. So while I think our GDP might be increasing and we might be winners in the global economy, our political culture doesn't lend itself to solve a big problem like increasing deficit.
Well, everything you've said, first of all, we agree that there's a major decline. But everything you've said is a description of why we've been unable to stop that decline. I have some specific ideas, fundamental ideas, as to how to stop the decline. And I would be, I'm not going to argue those. Well, for example, I have said for over 2 decades now that the K-12 education system in America is a national security crisis. We are dumbing down America. Now, we can debate that forever, but that's a specific thing that I believe we need to fix. We need to better educate the citizens of America. And I think you'd agree with that, and then we can argue about how best to do that. I believe there is a smog over our major metropolitan areas. And I don't mean environmental pollution. I mean a degradation in homelessness, graffiti, respect for law and order, crime rate, whatever. And I don't want to argue the specifics. I just make the assertion that our major metropolitan areas have gone downhill in terms of social fabric, etc., over the last 25 years. And I'm looking for solutions for that. And at least I want to agree that those are problems. And then we can debate with all the vigor you want to debate the best way to solve them. But we have to agree that they are problems and not just talk about how hard it is to fix the problems. I want to get down to specifics about what I think needs to be done to fix the problems, you think needs to be done to fix the problems, and have a rational discussion on that. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Like when you say something about urban decline, right? Like I live in.
I think it's terrible. I think urban decline is terrible.
Like I live in a pretty major city, right? I live in the 6th largest city in the country, Philadelphia. I live right in the middle of it. I mean, I can walk to City Hall. That's complex because our crime is down in Philadelphia, right? Crime is down in most of the country, right? Now, so I wouldn't say, with regard to crime, Philadelphia is in drastic decline. Now, I will say we're facing a public transit crisis, and that's a mini crisis. I mean, SEPTA, which is a great public transit system in the country, is facing, Harrisburg wants to defund us. The Republicans want to cut significant spending, which would kill us, and we're facing, it's a big a lot of people are talking right now because we're facing severe service limitations, which would have economic impacts, right? I mean, people not able to get to work and to other things as easily because a lot of people in the city, depend on public transit. So that I would say is a crisis. So I just think urban life, it's complex, right? I mean, so I wouldn't say my city. With regard to drugs, yes, there's a part of the city that's Kensington, which is worldwide famous. There were documentaries about it. So we do have an opioid crisis. So, I mean, I just think overall decline, it's tough to know. It's tough for me to comment on that unless I know what we're talking about, right? Because I think it's just a complex description, like what's going on in, say, an urban center like.
Okay, Alan, go ahead. Scott and I have exchanged legitimate views back and forth. Basically, I think I heard him say that he's not very worried about the decline or the smog, as I call it, in Philadelphia. And therefore, it's not a priority that we need to address. But that's a detail. Scott and I can argue about that, and I sure as hell don't live in Philadelphia. But go ahead, Alan. You want?
Anson, thank you, and thank you for running an organized discussion. I really appreciate that. It's not an easy skill. Thank you. I would like to go back to what Scott was talking about, and you were talking about also, about when things were running well. And I would point to the time you were talking about in 1992 to 2000, we actually did have a balanced budget. And this is not Democrat or Republican, but the person who was president was somebody I voted against twice. And yet he was a competent president. And I think part of the reason he was a competent president is he had run a state for many years that had to have a balanced budget.
And I agree. I support Bill. I like Bill Clinton.
He also put a lot of cops on the street.
Yeah, and I think
I agree with that. Good for him.
One of the real problems we have is this horrible attack on competency. And I appreciate very much, Anson, you trying not to make it about Trump, so I'm not going to go there. But I do think that once this presidency is over, we should, and I wrote a paper in college on this, we should change the Constitution to limit who can run for president, because the captain of the ship, Anson, does matter.
I'll stop you right there.
I'm going to stop you right there, legitimately, because I get the power of being a moderator, thank God. You and I absolutely, if I could point to the most basic fundamental reason I think America is in decline, it's the lack of competency. And that is related to what I call the national security crisis of K-12 education. We lack the competence across all parties to be able to figure out how to move forward in times of great stress.
We agree. So we agree on a hell of a lot more.
We agree on competency. Now, we can argue whether it's Democrat or Republican, but we can agree on we have a terrible lack of competency at the highest levels in this country.
And that is a function of experience. That's where we may disagree. I don't know whether you would disagree with that or not, but I say that's a function of experience. When politics, and Scott and I may get into it over this, and I don't want to argue with him because he's my friend, and I appreciate his help when we have it, but I do think that your objection to his imitation of Trump is based on a feeling that politics should not be entertainment. It is serious, and I don't know where that
We should have
is.
a basic fundamental respect for the office of the presidency, not mocker it, but offer constructive alternatives to what that office is trying to do.
I could not mock the office any more than the occupant does. I mean, that would be impossible.
Well, Scott, that's where you and I disagree, and you know how, it's really got.
Trump doesn't make a mockery of the office very often, Anson?
And I'd like to acknowledge the other mods on the stage as well. And also welcome Jason and Double and Bima back to the room too. Y'all please feel free to also jump in the conversation.
I'm sorry.
I mean, Anson, when Donald Trump is asked by, and this is a favorable interviewer, this isn't the gotcha question, or no, maybe it wasn't. I'm sorry, it was the CNN or something. They asked him, he showed you, he had the Declaration of Independence, right? And they said, what does this document mean? And he says, it's like a document of unity and love. I mean, love. I mean, this is the most acerbic. I mean, the aspersions. First off, half the things Jefferson said in there, a lot of the things weren't true. But when you have such a vacuous answer about one of the founding documents of the country, that's kind of a mockery of the office. I mean, right? When you're that ignorant of basic American history, which I'll say for Putin, I watched Tucker's whole interview with Putin, and I thought, you know what? It'd be great to have a leader that knew the history of the country, which Putin does. I mean, I think there's just so many things that Trump does that are just and this isn't like saying everything the guy does is terrible.
I'm gonna shut you down because somebody said other people want to get into this, so let's let Jason and everybody else weigh in. I apologize for
no problem, buddy.
I certainly don't mind the discussion continuing, but I want to make it a point to acknowledge that there are also other people on the stage, and if they have anything that they want to interject, they're more than welcome.
Well, I do think Anson is right to highlight a decline in the U.S. over the past 25 years, and it's not necessarily going to be something that you can locate in an economic decline or a military decline necessarily, or a decline in our institutions. But I think there is a decline in public dialogue. There is a decline in our ability and the level at which we try to address political problems, political concerns. And it may be, I think, one hard challenge for people proposing changes is that we have to ask ourselves, given that there was a decline, then something is different now and that's maybe why we have a decline. But the things that, if we're proposing solutions that aren't ultimately about restoring some kind of balance or sorting out or addressing the causes of the decline, if we're proposing things that are changes that weren't there in the past, we have to ask ourselves, why do we think those will work? You know, they weren't a problem before. Why are they a problem now? I think when we look at a lot of people on the left, and a lot of progressives, a lot of people basically who don't support the right, they are not conservative in the most liberal sense of, or in the broadest sense of that word, which is applying old solutions to new problems, you know, which is to say using time-tested strategies. And so they propose all kinds of crazy things. They really want to uproot and undermine the American system. They don't see it that way, but it's what they're doing, and it is a big problem. For example, qualifications for office. We've never had qualifications for office. Why all of a sudden do we need the president to be qualified? Targeting hate speech. Where the countries with freedom of speech, you know, people are worried about fascism, whatever. The countries with freedom of speech, are those the countries that went Nazi? Back in the 40s, the U.S. was so much better at policing speech, and that's why we didn't go Nazi. I mean, there are a lot of ideas coming from that side of the aisle that are about destroying America. They're fundamentally about destroying America. They're about destroying an open and decentralized society. And that's something we got to put an end to. And that means ultimately destroying the capacity of the government to do that. And so Trump, he is, you know, there is a silver lining. There will be almost no federal government left, hopefully, when he's done. And no one will be able to entertain crazy ideas like this.
Jason, can I just ask you, I want to make sure I heard you right. You don't think there should be any qualification for someone to be the president of the United States, is that right?
I don't think there's any way to argue that's the problem. It was not a problem before.
But we lived in a world before that was simpler. Let me give you a classic example, and this is one I struggle with in my own thinking. Harry Truman, who is one of the presidents that I have a high degree of respect for. I didn't growing up, but the more I've read about him and the more I've studied him, that guy had a lot of courage. He did not have a college education. He was brilliant. He did not have a college education. If I were to propose a national amendment that we discuss in our country to change qualifications for president, one of them would be that they have a college degree. Another one would be that the presidency is not their first political office. So I don't want to make this about Trump specifically, but I think if your point is that we shouldn't have qualifications to be the president of the United States, other than that you're born in the United States and you're 35 years old, I just disagree with you. And we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, I think this is more an example of fixating on something that probably doesn't explain the decline, because it was true before the decline as well as after. And there are a lot of things that progressives want to do to make America better that are of that character, where it's like, well, and I can give you a long list. I won't. I'll just talk about those two because I think we've both seen them on here. Or the Electoral College is a third one, right? I mean, if America is in decline because of the Electoral College, that decline probably started a long, long time ago, right? And the same thing, qualifications for office, lack of controls of hate speech. I mean, the U.S. hasn't had these things ever. So if these are the cause of the problem, I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, I mean, lack of qualification for the presidential office, that's like 200 years old. It took 200 years before the decline set in. I don't think that's what it is. So it's not targeted. And if it's not targeted, then it's like just, I don't know, just treating the public policy like a laboratory or something, you know?
Okay, well, we'll just agree to disagree on that one. Thank you. Oh, and Anson, just before I close my mic, I don't ever want to argue with you about whether we're in decline. I think Scott and I would agree with you. I think the other day in the room, nobody disagreed with you. So we don't have to establish that point. The question is what to do about it. Thank you.
I'd like to get in the queue.
Yeah, go ahead, Double.
I mean, I think a big issue facing not only the United States, but also many Western, or actually just developed societies, with the one exception of Israel, is below replacement fertility rates. How can this be addressed in the 21st century? I think we should be looking to men like Elon Musk. He is quite a fertile man, and if we actually dig in, a lot of it's not public or not well advertised. Some of the strategies and technologies he's employed to himself have a fairly high fertility rate, actually extremely high fertility rate. He's well into the double digits. He may have already into the triple digits. And we could expect certainly within 10 years, that he'll be into the quadruple digits. He will be the most reproductive man in history, exceeding Genghis Khan. And so I think we should sit with that. People are laughing, but we should sit with that, and we should think about what is he doing correctly that the rest of us are not even thinking about. At the moment, he's unable to be public about it because it would compromise too many of his business interests and political interests. But we should all be thinking about what strategies we can employ in our personal lives, or what strategies that the larger society should be perhaps encouraging and subsidizing. I'll leave it there.
So let me take this one.
Wait. Let me Double. I'm reading the book right now. Just got it out of the library. These Strange New Thin Minds. It's how AI learned to talk and what it means.
System for family and everyone's mourning. Oh my gosh, if somebody in Detroit goes to pick on, it's like, oh, drugs are so bad. Oh my God, it's just another drug industry, But it was actually like the same, thing. But it's just it's just viewed differently. It's viewed as very sympathetic, and the family gets, poor things, and same with addiction too. Actually, people, I never thought, JB, you were saying at the beginning, you have a friend, drug addict. I never.
Celebrity of decline of the social fabric of the world. For that
respectfully, Edson, I don't think you've properly looked at the demographic data.
I'm just quoting the book by a pretty good author, so maybe I'm wrong. But world population has gone up at a hell of a rate.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
So it sounds like it's going to be a boring move anyways.
Solution to our world even.
I don't know why he recycles topics.
Yeah,
he can't come up with it.
I agree. So in terms of genetic drift and genetic shift, this notion of the progeny of someone who, arguably has some psychopathic traits.
I could do that kind of shit.
Why would we
and then they call me all kinds of really racist stuff.
With
that was
the
kind of
C-suites who are psychopaths?
But we are now
we
are focused on each other tonight.
Raising dozens of children or creating them, quite frankly. I'm at a bit of a loss for words because this is the last thing we want. It's like you want to outbreed the Trumps and the Musks, right? These are people who bring with them DNA. It's like junk DNA. It's not junk DNA, but we don't want that in our genome. We want to dilute that. So I just think it's remarkable that we would use Musk as a model. Of course he wants to have as many progeny and offspring as possible. That goes with his personality disorder. So I think we just need to rethink the notion of virility and what it means to add his chromosomal DNA to the gene pool.
Yeah, that your strategy is really flawed. First of all, you chose an unsympathetic example. There are much better ways to discuss the importance of below replacement TFR in many communities besides referencing a hated and outlier figure. Second of all, you didn't really respond to Anson's question, which is actually much more interesting than what to do about Elon Musk or how we're different from Elon Musk. No one is going to be like Elon Musk. So it's a big failure, and you really should work with me to go over some of the advanced interviewing techniques. I would be happy to provide consulting.
Medicine and don't know that it's, could take them down.
Dumbass motherfuckers. Kick me and I'll come and record you now.
I don't know the correct answer for this stuff here. It's sad, but unfortunately.
Nefis, may I ask you 2 questions real quick?
Sure.
So when you mentioned Philadelphia, is that the area where they have that like trank drug like epidemic over there where people are zombies?
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm talking about, it's like a movie. When you ride through it, if you ever come to Philadelphia, ride through it, you're not gonna believe it's real. It's like really crazy.
Well, I seen videos of that, and that's literally The Walking Dead.
It's so random that it's just in Philadelphia. Like, why Philadelphia?
That's what I always say. I always say that the mayor trying to clean it up. She had a thing where she was locking people up if they stayed on a certain, like for loitering. But it just always come right back. Mayor come in, try to clean it up, it just goes right back. I don't know if it's something over the clouds right there. I don't know what it is, but I wish I could.
Well, it's just random, I guess. You don't hear about it anywhere else.
It's the same thing in San Francisco where I grew up though. I mean, Tenderloin District as well as Western Addition. I grew up living on my apartment building was right on top of Elite.
Cino's gonna, what's up, gang? Gang, what's up? What the fuck you say, gang? Fuck you, motherfucker. Yeah.
Hey fam, you gotta watch your mouth. He'll be right back, real quick and in a hurry. He's gonna be removed. I love Cino. He's a loyal friend.
He's a nice guy.
Bree, you can't choose a side, Bree. What the fuck? You're in that cockroach's spaces? This isn't a place for fence sitters. You need to stand on your square. You can't be in his rooms. Like, what the fuck? He's gonna turn on you one day, Bree.
Hey, he's scared of me. He kicked me out, gang. They kicked me out.
What did you say when you got in there?
I said, you better not be fucking with my peoples. He said, who was your people? I said, Pepe. And then he kicked me out.
Didn't I tell you Ed would be back the minute Cino came back? Who's Ed, Cino?
He was over there too.
Yeah,
when they let me up, they let him up too. Yeah. So he probably a part of their shit. Probably part of their shit. But he cool. Let him stay. He ain't said nothing. He did nothing.
Yeah, he's all right. I was just wondering.
Look. We gotta slaughter the tribe. We gotta leave one alive to go back and tell them what we did. That's who Ed is.
You know what's funny is that a lot of there's people in here that would be in this audience, but I'm taking his audience and I'm taking that mental midgets, people that would be in his room that would make him happy. I'm making him the content. Oh, the war on drugs. Who did it affect more? Don't care. But I do care that you're lying, JB, and that you're still on this app. Shouldn't be on this app anymore.
I get the argument they're trying to make, but let's face the facts. War on drugs affect a lot of people.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about the war on drugs. I want to talk about a baby. He looks like a fucking crack baby, and he has crack baby veneers.
I didn't know he was that. Wow.
Yeah,
He's a white trash piece of shit. Yeah, he's so horrible. I mean, he had to sexually assault women. That's like, you know.
That's why he got mad at Mon and mad at you, Sid, because he know he can't never get him when he want it, you know.
Never, you know. No.
He got a bad pussy. You know, he got a bad. So I looked. I'm like,
No, he doesn't buy it. He cons his way into it, unfortunately. And then he threatens it, and sometimes, you know, I don't know. I mean, it was in the news. What can we do?
There's some fucking white liberals. I can tell they let me right on up. I raised my hand. They, what's up? I said, man, who the fuck is JB? I said, I'm JB. I said, man, you fucking with my people. He said, who your people? I said, Pepe, motherfucker. Fuck me. They got me out of here. Fuck Pepe. No, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. It'd be cool, like if I lived in New York City, I would say like let's go on IG Live, you know, I just walk up in front of his place, and like this would be the funny part. It's like, hey buddy, let's have a talk in person, and then I can just put my arm around him, his shoulder, say, hey guys, and I can have the phone out. It's like, hey, so let's see if he's gonna say this shit in real life. He wouldn't do it. Like, I can already read that. That weasel is such a fucking con.
Yeah, okay, Motosker
He's not Mr. Tough Guy, but it'd be funny,
Are
because
you
it'd be an
projecting?
example.
Wasting your
It's
time
like, he's
putting that
somebody
in the
I
chat?
think is so
Maybe
transparent,
you're Dr.
you know,
Adams or Matt.
Yeah, I would just fuck with him.
Maybe
but,
you're a
see, I don't go on
loser
this app
if
acting
you
like
got
I'm a
John
tough
Kitover
guy, because, you know,
derangement syndrome.
dude,
Maybe
even
you're in the
compared
John
to like
Kitover
15 years
struggle
ago, I'm not the
session.
same person.
It
I mean,
makes
like,
you
you get
so
older, you're not
angry.
nearly as fucking
Oh,
fast.
I'm running for Congress.
And like a lot of things
so
I could
angry.
rely on to like physically defend myself, like that, it starts to go away. And you know, I'm not somebody who has like, of course, a lot of the brothers on this app would probably say like, yeah, you know, I got killers in the streets or whatever, but like, no, they don't.
No, stop that.
But you know, you get some guys who flex like that.
But Pepe, you know, brothers like me and like Tommy, you know, we not like that.
No, not you. I'm saying they exist though. Like you get
They
some.
do exist. I'm not gonna deny that they exist. They do.
Yeah.
But I got a question for you though, Pepe. Okay, let's get off the black man. Let's get on the white man. Okay.
Word.
Why do I always hear? And this is what frustrates me about the white man. Y'all supposed to be so powerful and so much colonizer.
You're coming for my whole boy. Oh, no,
everything wrong with y'all is because of the
sure you know what
y'all
I
ain't
meant.
doing shit about it. So
If you
why
roll
don't
up, make
y'all
sure you
do
come
something
strapped.
about these
Be sure
fucking
to shoot
Jews?
straight.
They're such aren't they such sneaky people? I mean, we have to do something about it. You know, they're masters at debating and lots of stuff. And so, you know, they're very formidable enemy. You know, they're very, very quick-witted. That's just something you have to deal with. You know, they're natural debaters and arguers.
If I ask you right now, Pepe, now what you saw Black Problem?
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna come to my mom's basement. I'm drinking Miller High Life and smoking some weed. Do you want some?
I can't answer either question because I would lose the Clubhouse account.
Are you part of the John Kitover derangement syndrome cheerleading squad?
No, I'm just kidding.
This is about a moron in Phoenix, Arizona with brain damage from being a boxer.
Well, I mean, look,
He's a racist, bigot, white supremacist, midget fraud. And I think he's funny. I like him. I think he's funny. But the point is, you know, we're here to roast people, and we're not here to be nice about it. We're here to cook. And Pepe is, you know, if we were to, I'd have to look up the recipes for cooking frog, but what I'm trying to say is, I don't need to look up the recipes because Pepe will cook himself. He's self-roasting right now. Here we go.
Oh, because he's a piece of shit. He's a degenerate. And he's a liar and he's causing drama. So
also,
you know,
everything that Pepe says is projection.
I'm the captain
everything.
I feel like, you know, the other day I was talking shit, I was a little drunk. But now I go into the room he's in, and the poll is, who did the war on drugs affect the most? he's getting into like these like retarded like conversations that I feel like the super pro black people are always in on. It's so fucking weird. Like I get he's a New York winger and whatnot, but
no, he's a
black person kiss ass.
He's an igger. He's a wannabe.
That is you, man.
Wannabe Italian. No, he's been lying this whole time, saying he was an Italian. He has zero Italian relatives. He's 100% Polak, and it looks like probably part.
I don't know why you were
English.
pretending to be so MAGA.
0%
The most MAGA person on
Italian.
Clubhouse
He's
turns
a
out to be Monica.
100% fake
Monica
Italian.
is the biggest fucking
I
MAGA
understand it. It's like
on this
he's a
app,
fuck
and I
up with
love
a
it.
criminal record.
Bigger than Ann,
And
bigger
like
than
he's
ever.
from
And
Brooklyn,
Ann and her
so,
had a
like,
falling out,
maybe
so it's like, what does that
part
tell
of the
you?
way
It's
he
like,
could
this,
spin it
even
and
if
try to
you're
make himself
unified
look cool, it's
on the
like,
president or on politics,
one of
you can
these-
still have a
these,
personal falling out because
guineas from,
you yourself are too emotionally
Brooklyn.
immature and
Maybe I'm
reconciled
convincing him to do some
with other
shit,
people
And then, he can
and
act like a fucking
depolarize
tough
from
guy, and like, he grew up in those
You
streets.
could say I
but
have the
he
same
didn't.
problem,
And he's
but
just
I don't know, if people
big,
attack me, I
big
attack back.
faggot.
And,
Okay, and why would you want
that's
to
how I
LARP as
basically
one of
go
those
clear.
fat guineas?
If somebody
I mean,
libels or
those
slanders me,
guys
I
are,
will
make
put them
fun
on
of
legal
those
notice
people, so most
and
white
walk
people.
away. That's the end of it. And then
You're
it's a
such
them
a low
problem,
life
not a
piece
me
of
problem.
shit that you
Because
think
anybody
those,
could quickly
those
slander you.
faggot guineas are cool.
But the fact that I record everything that I listen to, like if you're slandering me, I'm recording you slandering. So be careful what you say to me. Otherwise, you will suffer repercussions.
Head, fucking slob, eating pasta, doing whatever, watching, sports.
You're already on
TV,
legal notice. I just screenshotted this and sent it to my law firm. We know exactly where you live, and we're ready to serve you on Monday.
Just a fat, greasy wop. I mean, I would rather be one of those people than be him any day of the week. At least they have a place to call home. At least they probably, the difference also is even like, let's just say they were in the mafia. Now, my grandfather, he said there's no guineas in my family. Now, both my grandmother and my grandfather on my dad's side grew up in the north end of Boston, which was primarily Italian. The French Canadians didn't have like a part of town in Boston, but you had the Irish in the south. Now, it was like, you
may want to delete your chat. I bet you anything you're a pussy and you'll delete what you've written in the chat. You'll just clean it right up because you're like, you know what? When he ends this live, my chats are going to be a part of this video forever. So I'll bet you anything.
For his boss, like he was a gambler, he would have to
delete all your chat. I'll bet you $10
full of cash. I guess
that by the time I end this live,
he would either lose or
your
win
pussy
bets.
ass is going to delete
But
every little
Providence,
big word you put in there. Because you're
of course, this was
stupid.
illegal.
And I'm trying to help you.
And like nobody
You'll see.
fucked with them.
I'm sure you'll
like,
do it.
ever.
It'll be a smart thing to do.
because
Maybe you're too
obviously
stupid. I don't
you're
know.
fucking
Maybe you'll
with
say
the
more
mafia's
stupid
business
shit.
at that point.
Get
And,
yourself
like,
in trouble
you're
saying
gonna wish
stupid
the
shit on
cops
the
caught
internet.
you and not. Well, even then they'd fuck you up in jail, but so you can't really get away from it. But moral of the story is that like, if you kind of like just not involved in their life, you don't really, they weren't that, you didn't really have to worry about them. No, I understand. They did like extort legitimate business owners and that kind of shit. I don't try to make these fat wops to be like saints or anything. But what you could, you see, somebody like Jay Breska, being the sleazy piece of shit he is, he knows that if he would have done that to one of their fucking daughters or a girl in the fucking neighborhood even, those guineas would have taken that skinny fucking Polak. They would have beat him within an inch of his life even if they
It's not
decided
satire,
to spare
stupid.
him.
I'm running for Congress.
That
And what
lo-
you just
that
did is
stupid
libel and
piece of
slander,
shit.
and now I've screenshotted
They
it and
look at him
recorded
for
it,
the fucking
and now we
loser
will be
he is.
suing you. So
He's a lowlife.
good job on that. Is that how you spend your
have to think
Saturday
about
nights
it, too.
usually?
Like, how
Getting
can-
yourself in trouble? Well,
If you were
probably.
to, and this is just
Probably.
gangs in general, like even with whites, outlaw motorcycle clubs are generally going to be something I would say probably the most prominent with whites. I mean, you have to be a the fuck do you call it, prospect for like, I don't know, a year or two, and they're going to test you. They're going to test your character. A fucking sleazebag like him, he can't do that. He's too, I mean, he'll never pass muster for any group, that especially one where you have to really rely on them not to not only fuck you over, but snitch or steal from you or set you up. And this guy's a weasel. Nobody wants to be around people like him.
Okay, sorry, I can't talk here in a minute. I need to go clean off my driveway and
Then go do it.
stuff. Yeah, I will in just a second. I just wanted to say, Mon, I just heard the audio clips of JB talking about you. They're disgusting. They're literally disgusting. Like, I just now, a week later, have listened to everything, and I'm questioning, what did you ever do to deserve to be talked about like that? And I'm sorry you have to catch a stray like that.
Thank you.
Wait a minute,
I never did anything.
what did he say about
him.
Mon?
He's mad at Pepe, so I guess he figured
Hold on.
he would
What'd he
go
say?
after me for payback.
Well, it's not good, and I don't want to play the clip because I don't want Mon to be triggered and upset over again. And
You know what? I don't like you now for bringing that shit up.
No, KK is good. No, KK is good. Stop.
I love your loyalty, Sino. I love that. That's right. You protect Mon. I'm just saying, it was worse than what people had told me.
What happened? What did he say?
Well, I'm not going to play the clip because it's about Mon unless Mon says it's okay, but it's really...
No.
Who do you think you were talking to KK like that, though?
Just send me the clip.
Yeah, you can send it to Pepe, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, bro. Stop talking to me, bro. I don't know who you think you are, bro.
Sino, we're cool. Guys, you guys are cool. Stop.
Everyone calm down. Sino, you're being very protective of Mon. Mike is being very protective of me. We all together, we're fine and everything's great. I'll send it to you, Pepe, but he called Mon a self-hating black woman in one sense, and that she was a
75-year-old whore or bitch.
She was irrelevant and whatnot. Yeah, he did. I'm gonna go on. Stop. I don't want to misquote it. I'll just send it to you, Pepe.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say, Mon, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anybody in the chat, get me back in that room. If y'all can get me back in that room, I'm gonna go fuck him up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, this big mouth he's just such a dumbass. He likes to say, Pepe, when you have this conversation, I swear to God, in real life, you never say the kind of things you say. You never say the kind of. Well, I don't go up to black people like, oh, hey, black people, I know you're a church. Yeah. That's cool and all. Yes, amen. Lord Jesus. Hey guys, do you want to talk about black crime? Amazing, right? Yeah, let's talk about it. Or go to their chicken and waffles restaurant or whatever the fuck they like to go, and be like, hey, yeah, I know. Oh, amazing, great drink, love it. Hey, do you guys want to have a question? Or have a debate? They're gonna be like, what, leave me alone, fuck you. But then people come online to have like the controversial conversations, and that's. In reality, that's where, like, even you black people, diaspora war stuff that, like, I think happens online way more than it does in person. Like, do you guys stop other black people and ask them, like...
No, they don't.
Of course they don't. And do you think, like, we like, white people say, like, oh, hey, are you liberal? Are you? Yeah, like, no, we don't.
Yeah. I think y'all do that.
No, they don't. Why would you think that shit, man? You sound dumb as hell. Why? Why would you think?
I know plenty of white people.
Well, yeah, but those white people, they will, like, go and, like, I used to, like, 2020, I'd wear, like, it's okay to be white shirt when I go to the store, and then I'd have, like, a Trump hat on, like, Make America Great Again, and I'm telling you, like, I was boxing up to that point, and I'm at the fucking store. I'm like, I wish a motherfucker would. Just like, go ahead, test me, bitch. fucking test me. Go ahead. And then, oh, you're bigger than me? Amazing. That means you're like going to be an easy victim. Actually, don't take the victim part out. I worded that wrong. And I'm not, I wasn't carrying a gun or anything like that. But the thing is, though, is it's like.
You gotta be careful because you might be in one of these fucking liberal states.
No, I'm in a red state. Oh, I'm in a red state. So, I mean, if you're like a bigger guy and thought you were going to beat at that time, I was still like, had it in me, where it's like, okay, go ahead, swing on me, bro. Like, we'll see how this fucking plays out. But, it's also like I was bored. I was like inside all the fucking time all of a sudden. And all of this extreme like polarization on the media. I was just waiting for a motherfucker to do something. But the only thing that ever happened, not one person called me out wearing, and I did this dozens of times. It's okay to be white. Red MAGA hat. And the only thing that happened is people would say, yo, from like even far away, and to be like, bro, and then they'd give a thumbs up. Or like cashiers would be like, dude, I like your shirt.
I just had an epiphany. Hold on, brother. I just had an epiphany. Maybe more of these liberal states, like Chicago, we should have more concealed carry around. Maybe these motherfuckers wouldn't act up the way they act up. If you know a motherfucker is holding, you ain't gonna try. You gonna try him.
Obviously.
Oh, I just had an epiphany. You know what? You right, Pepe. You right.
Obviously.
He should be able.
Where you located? Is in Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm on the south side. What, you trying to threaten me or something?
No, I was just trying to see where you located. We can link up though.
You hear that shit?
You gonna do something to me?
No, we can politic though. If you want something done to you, my nigga, we can politic though.
Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me, man. And if you do, brother, guess what? I'm gonna call the police. You gonna boys get away loud about some shit I say on this.
We're gonna meet up. You guys are gonna slap sacks together, and then everything will be all.
Hell no, he from the rack. He from the rack. I just wanna talk.
Okay, there's guys. There's not going to be black on black violence in here. Okay, look, guys, I've been making a concerted effort not to have black on black violence or white on black violence. This is white on white. We are going to war with the predator, a retard, a narcissist, a con artist, a faker.
Wait, brother.
That's what we're doing. And he's white.
Brother, why you want to do something to me, brother? What did I say that you don't like, brother?
Yeah, brother, we good, gang. I'm just trying to figure out. I ain't never seen you in the rooms before, nothing like that. So you feel me? I'm just trying to figure out who you is through.
Is he getting arrested?
You never heard about Cino?
He's newer. Mike's newer here. Like he came in. He started coming in here like way after, because we haven't seen you in months, Cino. He's not. That's all. He's a nice guy, just like we like you, Cino. He's a nice guy so far.
Oh,
so.
Okay. Well, brother.
Again, we both fuck with that, brother. We cool. I just ain't like how you came back kicking. You feel me?
No, I love Mon. I love Pepe. I love they my peoples. But
yeah.
Don't threaten me, brother. Just because I'm nice smoking.
You guys are cool. You guys are cool. Don't even worry about it.
Don't look.
Bro, this conversation's too personal, but it's not.
Nah, we good, nigga. You from the rack. I know how the rack get down. You know how I get down. Shit, we from the same city. Yeah, we don't gotta say.
Take it to our house.
Yeah, you guys are cool.
But look, brother. Let these white people beef. I've been enjoying Pepe beefing with another white man. I've been back here.
Yeah, get out of the way. Let the whites.
Yeah, because us whites, the blacks are welcome. And you can join us in our fight against this disgusting Peckerwood JB.
Fuck JB, man.
Fuck JB. On site anytime. Fuck that old. There's so many things I wish would happen to him, which I got an account clip for saying them, so I'm not going to say them. But he's he said, just imagine what one of those women had to go through. They're terrified. They're being held hostage. And these gross, disgusting men, imagine like 60 of them.
Well,
over the course of 2 days.
He's not doing.
Hold on, BB, sure. 60 of them, so that I guess like 30 a day. I mean, goddamn, that is like, if you're up for 15 hours, it's like 2 an hour. I mean, I'm not a woman, but I don't even know like how your vagina deals with that. But here they're terrified. They're saying like, you do anything, like, I'm gonna tell everybody you're a fucking whore and that you're a prostitute, and he's doing all that shit. I mean, just imagine. And you can look, and this is after he was already on probation for stealing $200,000 from somebody else. But just imagine how terrifying it was for these women. And then that same cocksucker told you to suck his dick, allegedly. What? He did a plea deal, so.
I don't even think that's like alleged. Like he's not convicted of it, but it doesn't appear to be a disputed fact of the case. It's posted in the news, and if the news was misrepresenting that, he can sue them for that. Just because he's not convicted doesn't mean it's an allegation anymore. Like,
they can't sue him if it's in the police report. So, if a newspaper repeats what's in a police report, they can't be sued. They're just reporting facts at that point. So, no, they can go with it. But when it comes to what he did to these women, like, and this is where I think a lot of people, they kind of overlook it, and they like to say like, oh, well, the past is the past. But I want you to ask yourself, was there ever any point as an American? I get it, there's some things that could go on in a very poor third world country where you literally have gangs rule, like El Salvador, 8 years ago. But I'm talking about in America. Is there anything that would make you go out of your way and do that to women? I cannot think. Yeah, but even if you didn't, just like make them.
He didn't go.
Well, hold on a second, but like coerce. Sure, but coerce them. Basically say, you're gonna sit in this fucking hotel room. My Johns are gonna come through. They're gonna screw you, and you're not gonna. You're not gonna say a fucking thing, or I'll ruin your life. What would drive somebody to do that? Normal people don't go there.
Keep in mind of the anal rape as a child.
Well, yeah, most of us don't buy that. We think he's just suing them for money, to be honest.
Well, it looks like he got it, because that house is in his name.
No, he doesn't have a house. He's renting. It was like $1,600 a month. I think it went up to just over $2,000.
In that neighborhood? No fucking way.
In Brooklyn, yeah. Well, Brooklyn's very expensive.
Okay, enough, Pepe.
No, you didn't delete it, but I filmed it and I posted it as a libel slander defamation.
No, nothing.
So
In
thanks
other
for the
words,
content.
he was acting like
See,
he owned a house.
Kanye
He's a
taught me,
renter.
if you can't be used,
We know
you're
that for a
useless.
fact.
So thanks for the drama.
He's
It's
renting,
on YouTube
and
now. Congratulations.
he's renting like
Still
a
stupid.
very, very
Still a moron.
cheap
But here
place
you
in
are,
Brooklyn.
chatting again,
And
watching
the reason I
Dr.
pointed that out.
This is the Pepe Show.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
and that's not the reason why I bring this up. It's because, as he likes to say, I have a fat cock. God damn it, BB. He has a fat cock, a fat wallet, and a fat ego. Bitch, you don't have a fat wallet, obviously. When you say fat wallet, that means, like, in my experience, meaning a fat wallet means you were at the minimum upper middle class. At a minimum. You're not middle class. You're not somebody who can own a home. It means having a fat wallet means bigger than most. But he's literally somebody living off of government assistance in a place that he does not own, and where the rent is a lot cheaper than other areas of Brooklyn. He's like legitimately. His wallet is thin. And here's the thing, I don't have a lot of money, and I don't. The thing is, though, all of you guys who say, like, you Clippers says all this racist shit, and you have these controversial conversations. None of you can say that I tried to be anybody's fucking guru. I did not say I have the fucking answers for anything in life. In fact, what is the purpose of life? I still don't fucking know. At this point in time, nobody can give me a satisfactory answer, but I don't like to have these metaphysical conversations in my fucking rooms. I don't fucking know. When it comes to getting rich, I don't know. I was never fucking rich. I don't know. I'm not the guy to ask. When it comes to legal advice, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I'm sorry. When it comes to finance, yeah, fuck all about that. I mean, I can't help you there. You know, I'm somebody who's controversial. But I don't come off as somebody with authority. But what I am good at is the things that I do debate. I'm relatively well researched on, and I've discussed them a lot of times over. And so I can hold my own debating these topics. I know when to bow out. I know when to not even fucking engage. Now, a lot of these fucking retards on here, you had all of these, like in 2000 or 2020, how many of these people were fucking self-help gurus or life coaches or whatever gay fucking shit? These are con men. These people, oh shit. I'm glad you're up, KJ. These people were, I mean, they're predatory. I don't know, but the one thing you guys can say about me is that you can call me horrible because you think my views are abhorrent. Fine, that's a value judgment. I'm not gonna say I can't disagree with you. You could say I've said racist shit. Amazing, I have. You could say I'm controversial. Yep. I own all of that shit. But I don't know, a fraudster, that doesn't, I'm somebody who likes to, I obviously keep a barrier between my personal life and my real, my online life on here, which effectively means I can't make money off of what I'm doing. So I'm not a grifter. Long story short.
I believe that you're in support of that, but obviously I don't like that about it. Material just for a few seconds even. I've got everything to gain. So give $10 right now to elect candidate Kitover to the 16th District of Illinois.
When I think about white guys that speak the truth, first name that popped my head is Pepe. That's why I'm telling you and Tommy need to do. Y'all need to do something, man. Because I get it. You know what? You ain't afraid to say. Yeah, the Jews kicking y'all ass just like the white man kicking the black man.
Get over it. To the sick. And then you're like, I'm just going to be kicking y'all that white. Which one?
Okay,
what's the marriage?
Well, I think that I don't want to make this about it because the thing is though is that if I was to change it to like such a controversial conversation, which I do have views that that a lot of people that on the far right, the far right's kind of a mixed bag, but you do have some of them that are like definitely do not like. They have a lot to say about Jews.
Yep.
I would say I disagree with most of what they say, but not all of it.
But they sound like look.
But when it comes to the kosher right, which I would call them, and some of them even venture into the far right, I think they're also. I'm not for the kosher right, which is I won't even get into that label.
They sound just like the FBAs. The FBAs blame white men for everything, and your far right extremists, they blame the Jews for everything.
Well, yeah, there is this level of So even like people like Richard Spencer, I think I talked to him a couple of months ago. I talked to him more frequently. He there is something that a lot of the people, the alt-right doesn't exist anymore, but people on the far right, a lot of white people seem to be really in denial about this, but like white people are their own worst enemy. and white people absolutely have problems to fix first. Now, when it comes to, I think that, let's just look at Zionists, for example. Do I think that they put themselves in a position to like really
to win,
to propagate their nationalist sure, but they're like their nationalist agenda.
But do you think
absolutely
control? Pepe, do you think the Jews control everything?
No.
I don't think it.
They controlled. They can largely. I mean, they say it's an anti-Semitic trope, but they did control sectors like abso-fucking-lutely.
Hollywood, Disneyland, and the music industry. Yes, they got it.
I would say Hollywood. Well, I mean, you can make an argument for advertising. You can make an argument just for media in general.
Okay.
In the 1970s, it was like over 70% of the media was owned or controlled by the Jews, and
so everything, the Jews own everything.
No, depends on. I would say when it comes to influence, one of the precarious positions they put themselves in is that when it comes to positions of influence, they've absolutely dominated, and a lot. Do I think a lot of that was? They kind of, which is natural. They wanted to influence Americans in a way that would make them feel the safest and to be pro-Israel, of course.
There's a group of people that know they small in numbers. They say, hey, we got to infiltrate this system and this culture and influence these goofy ass and dumb ass Americans to do our will. Who's at fault?
Well, both parties, but I would say.
Oh, just say the Americans.
But I would say this: there's a lot of. See, I don't dislike Jewish people, but when it comes to groups, like I look at groups and individuals differently. I don't think Jews, even as a whole, are like a threatening force. However, I do think they're like highly capable and talented, and so they can punch way above their weight.
I agree.
When it comes to people like, well, sure, but hold on. When it comes to people like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro, I'm just going to be realistic with you. This is where I do judge based on their ethnicity. As soon as I see that you're Jewish, I am automatically going to see what angle you're going to have. Well, no, I mean, but you have to. Just like if you're a Mormon. If you're a Mormon, I absolutely have to do the same thing. I know what the Mormon stances are. Now, if I get a quote-unquote progressive Mormon, I'm going to say, what is his angle? Because there are things in the Mormon church that are absolutely not tolerated.
Yeah, not tolerated.
And so I want to see, how are you progressive? And so I want to see, when it comes to, even like on Twitter or X, I get all of these, you have all of these astroturfed accounts where it's like America first. And they have like an Israeli flag and an American flag and some Jewess that's attractive in her 20s. And I'm just thinking like, no, fuck off. No, I mean,
okay.
I'm not buying that shit.
They're not going to be like the Rand Paul. No one's going to back Rand Paul. I'm not saying the guy's bad.
I wouldn't say they're in control. The thing is though, is that I forget who's this stupid bitch that got hired by. So basically, what is it? TikTok. What ended up getting that? They've been trying to. TikTok was sure. Yes, but if you look at TikTok, they were, for years, people were saying how, like, this is, like, looks like it could be used for, like, infiltration in the United States when it comes to data collection and even influencing our population. It was China as a hostile country, at least as a nation. okay, years they're talking about this, but you know, Mitt Romney, others, and by the way, that legislation that was passed by both houses was actually written by a group of Jews, and they were prominent Jews. Yeah, that got TikTok banned, and they ended up. The reason why is because they could not control the narrative on TikTok. Now, if you're the thing you have to understand is that Palestinian side that you see, they are heavily the amount of foreign propaganda that goes into it is fucking insane. I mean, you can't believe anything that comes out of the pro-Palestine side. Like, they are the biggest fucking liars, and they're like, well, why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe this story? Because you guys are. I mean, you cry wolf. And if I find it false 8 out of 10 times, why the fuck am I going to believe this one might be one of the true ones?
When they said the babies were being killed, and they found out the babies weren't being killed. That hurt my feelings.
But there were babies killed.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Look, so I'll tell you this. There's footage that's available to the public that show dead babies. Now, what you didn't get to see. Well, hold on a second. What you didn't get to see, and I do know one person that actually saw the footage, who's in Canada. It basically certain government officials, different media organizations, they could view a much more graphic and disgusting version that nobody wanted it to be released to the public because of just how graphic, and it is absolutely horrifying, you know, from what I've heard.
So wait a minute.
But you see you literally see the half dead people still alive, the children screaming and crying, and you know, even John Spencer, who he was somebody who has a lot of experience in warfare. He's considered an expert in urban warfare. He was saying how what was very odd about it is that you saw these children screaming and crying that were very injured. Their relatives were dead, and they were just like smiling, laughing, going on business as usual, which he found very odd. You have to understand, he's a person who saw this in real life. He's a person who's gauging the behavior based on like what he's seen with the professional military.
I'm saying, Pepe, you're making my point. I'm saying Gaza should be going through what they're going through. I'm saying Israel is going too far.
That may be the case. That may be the case, but we don't know the real numbers when it comes to Gaza.
Don't you find it weird that the so-called baby or babies that have been killed, 40 decapitated babies and one in the oven, yet we haven't seen a single picture of any of those decapitated babies, and the baby that was...
They don't release that shit to the public.
Hold on, let me finish. Then the baby that allegedly was put into the oven, and they also turned the oven on, right? So they burned the baby. It turned out to be a puppy. There was an AI picture. It turned out to be a small dog sitting in its basket. Turned out to be AI picture.
All right, I don't know where this came from.
This is 100%.
I have to look at it. I have to look at it to verify that it's a quote-unquote 100% facts. And I'm just like, this is why I didn't want to go down this road. Like, I know normally I like having these conversations more.
Pepe, respectfully, we're almost 23 months in since October the 7th, and you still have to look into something that sort of everybody that has done like 59 seconds of research knows there were no decapitated babies, there was no baby in the oven, but then you're screaming from the top of your lungs like, yeah, they killed babies.
They did. There was definitely a baby they killed. That one was available to the public.
Okay, hold on. How many, Chino, 1 second. How many babies or minors then I should say, right?
I don't know.
Let me ask you the question. How many children, minors, babies included, have been killed since the 14th of May 1948 all the way to the 6th of October 2023.
No idea.
Okay,
Tens of thousands.
One baby, okay, one baby is too much, sir. How about that? One baby being killed by fucking bombs is too much, sir. It's too much. One baby. I don't give a fuck if it was 3 babies. No baby should be killed by bombs. What the fuck are you talking about? I live in America, sir. In America, we don't have to do that shit. Okay?
Okay, I agree. I agree, but guys, I don't want to talk about like Jews and Israel and like whatever shit. Like, and I understand a lot of like, I'm somebody people consider a Zionist. I believe Israel should exist and they have the right to defend themselves. Like, I definitely think that when it comes to human rights abuses or human rights in general, they are. You know, and here's the weird thing is people will say it's anti-Semitic to bitch about Israel. No, it's not. I'm sorry. But when we have wars in America, you have anti-war protesters everywhere. They call our whoever the president is at the time, a horrible person. They're committing war crimes. They're yada yada yada. No, it's not anti-Semitic. It's par for the course. You guys, if anything, Jews, especially when it comes to these leftist, anti-war people, they look at Jews as a bunch of fucking white people, and they're holding your feet to the fire, just like they hold, us white Gentiles' feet to the fucking fire in our Western empires. You guys are no fucking different. They don't believe that. They don't buy any of your rhetoric, and I do think a lot of the pro-Zionist rhetoric is absolute garbage, and I've like pushed back against it, and people at first are like, "Oh my God, are you an anti-Semite?" No, like I don't believe in the shit that was being said under George Bush. We're spreading freedom and democracy, and fuck off. He was a piece of shit. Why? I mean, was that anti-American for me to go against what Bush said? Even if you look at the veterans of the global war on terror, it's incredibly unpopular. Like, so much of it was unnecessary. Go into Afghanistan, take out the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, kill or capture, Osama bin Laden. Iraq, there's no reason for us to go in there. That's that. I mean, that's it. Trillions of dollars saved. 100 million, whatever fucking people would have not lost their lives. Or how many, it's not 100 million. How many million? Was it a million, I believe? I don't know why I went with 100 million. It was a million. A million people lost their lives in, I believe, in the war in Iraq. And of course, we have what the veterans have had to experience and that have lost their lives. And I'm not. And this is a lot of this is. Just looking at what ended up happening at the global war on terror is you had a lot of these guys that were like special forces and stuff, and then they get out of the military. It's like, what do you do? I know Green Berets are different from Navy SEALs. They're not as much commandos. They train and, for foreign people build alliances and all of that shit. And then you have, long story short, you have these people. They've been doing one thing for, over a decade. They come out and then like a lot of them become podcaster bros. And I would listen to some of them because like